Hello, Mr. Berman.
Hello, Councillor Bach. How are you?
Great. Thank you for joining us.
My pleasure. I have a question. Is it possible to call in with a landline?
Sorry, you broke up a little bit there.
Is it possible to call in with a landline? My internet is unstable.
Yeah, I think it should be possible. Do you have the in the Zoom invite? There should be a number, and if you just dial it, 1 second. I can send you a quick email. I think I have your email.
All right. Leave the meeting and try and rejoin again by phone.
Okay, great. Thanks so much. Oh, okay, never mind.
Hi, everybody.
Hi, Nisa.
Hey, everybody.
Unfortunately, when I get not the opportunity to join via phone.
Sorry, say that again.
When I rejoined, it did not give me the opportunity to use my landline.
So what you could do is if you, I just sent you an email with the numbers to dial. So if you were to stay on video but mute yourself, you could potentially dial in simultaneously and see if that works.
Is there a sense of how many people are going to join?
Hey, Lydia.
Hi, how are you?
Good, good. I think we're waiting still for, we've got some counselor colleagues. Counselor Edwards is going to be chairing and she's coming shortly.
Okay.
So I think we're still waiting for a few more counselors, and then I think a few more guests as well. But thanks to the VH
okay.
for being.
We're always happy to be here, as you know. Some of us will be on longer than others. We'll pop in and out, but thanks for having us.
Are you able to hear me now?
You've got both on, so there's an echo, but we definitely hear you.
Okay, I think I've got it now.
Here, say one more thing, Will.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
All right.
I was checking in. Mr. Berman's he's on 2 connections, and we're trying to figure out how to make it smooth.
Okay.
Should I try and dial in again?
I think actually, do you have a way of muting your computer? Like, I know you're muted on the thing, but so that your computer isn't making noise. Because what's happening is you're talking, and then it's playing through the delay, and then we're hearing it back. So if
How
there's
about
a way.
now?
Perfect.
Okay. Could you do me a favor?
Sure.
So my phone has my personal phone number, and I can't hide that. Are you able to do it? I'd rather not have that on this one.
Yeah. Is it
It's
just
the 8021.
It's a Vermont number. Yeah. I'll ask Candace to take care of that. Candace, can you relabel that? I don't have hosting capacity here, but can you relabel that Berman 2 or something?
Amy, have they started the council hearing?
Not yet, Will. We're just, I think, waiting on a couple more folks, including Chair Edwards, who will gavel us in officially. But good to see you, buddy. Good to see everybody else.
Good to see you. Congratulations on the baby.
Thank you, buddy. Appreciate it.
Pleasure.
I guess I'm hiding the fact that I'm going on 2 hours sleep, but thank God for coffee.
Yeah, I'm with you.
Hi, everyone. Councilor Edwards is just running a few minutes late, so she's in City Hall. She'll be on shortly, so we're just hanging tight.
Hey, Kenzie, I can't hear you. Can you say something? I see you. I don't know if you're saying something. I can't hear anything.
Sorry, Julia, I'm on the phone.
Oh, that's why I couldn't hear anything. I saw your lips flapping, but I couldn't hear anything. So sorry about that. Okay, what is going on here?
Hi, all. I just wanted to let everyone know, in case you've just joined us, we're just waiting for Councillor Edwards. She'll be on to chair very shortly. And the stream is live, so just so that everyone's mindful, we're streaming right now to City Council TV. And for those watching at home, this hearing is going to get going shortly, and we've got a lot of really great folks joining us. Thank you to the Office of Fair Housing and Equity, to D&D, BHA, Professor Berman from Suffolk, and I think a number of other folks who are joining us today. So really grateful on behalf of all my colleagues, and just bear with us. We'll be starting shortly. And Justin and Nick from MIT. I forgot you. And Larry from Family Aid. This is why you should never start a list.
Good morning, everyone. Can you hear me?
Morning.
Yes, we can.
Morning.
Great. I'll get on shortly. As I can see myself, I can see only Kenzie right now. Then we'll get started in 3 minutes. I'll get a list of colleagues shortly. Good. All right, I'm just waiting for the list of colleagues in order of their arrival, and then we'll get started. Thank you all for your patience. We have a lot to get done today. Okay. All right, everyone. I'm going to go ahead and do the opening remarks and set us up for our schedule for what is at the fastest will be a 4.5-hour hearing. At most likely, it'll probably be about 5.5 hours. So I'm going to go ahead and get started. My name is Lydia Edwards. I'm the District 1 City Councilor. I'm the chair of the Boston City Council Committee on Housing and Community Development. I'm joined by my colleagues, Councillor Flynn, Councillor Braden, Councillor Bach, Councillor Arroyo, Councillor Sabi George, Councillor O'Malley, and Councillor Campbell. Am I missing any city councillors?
Julia Mejia.
Also joined by Councillor Mejia. This public hearing is being recorded and live streamed at boston.gov/city-council-tv. It will be rebroadcast on Comcast Channel 8, RCN Channel 82, Verizon Channel 1964. We will take public testimony after the second panel at the end of this hearing. If you wish to testify via video conference, please email Cora, Montrond at montrond@boston.gov for the link. When you are called, please state your name, affiliation/residence, and limit your comments to no more than 2 minutes to ensure all comments and concerns can be heard. You may also submit written testimony by emailing ccc.housing@boston.gov. Today's hearing is on docket 0848, order for hearing on establishing a municipal fair housing testing program in the city of Boston. Docket 0850, order for a hearing regarding Section 8 voucher discrimination. Docket 0929, order for a hearing regarding discrimination in the Metro Boston rental housing market. These dockets are being held concurrently because together they seek to address the interrelated issues of the pernicious housing discrimination and possible solutions. Today's hearing will be broad and expansive at times and direct and pointed at others. In consideration of everyone's time, especially those invited to testify before this body, we will be holding today's hearing in 3 dockets or 3 panels. The first to answer the question, what is the state of fair housing? That'll be mostly academics and research authors. The second panel will be what does discrimination look like? That'll be involving our stakeholders, those who are on the ground trying to house individuals. And then the third will be what can we do about it? Those are policy solutions, including fair housing testing, banning broker fees, etc. We have a litany of expected speakers. And rather than go through the entire named list, I'd rather just, as we introduce the panel, introduce those individuals who are expected to speak at panel time. But we are well represented with a lot of people who care about this, which speaks to the fact that this is something that we all know we need to do something about, and that every single person in this industry and the city council has a role to play. We are going to go to we're going to have introductory remarks from my colleagues. To my colleagues, because of the length of time of this, I'm asking you to keep all of your comments after this opening statement to be no more than 2 minutes each. And then after this, we'll be learning a great deal together, and I expect the questions that you have to be pointed, directed, and within 1 minute. And if they're not, I'm going to go ahead and mute you and allow for the person to respond. Again, we have about 5 hours of learning to do and tools to create. And I'm going to move this. So that's fair warning. Strict is a nice way of describing how I'm going to get through this. So I'm going to go ahead and turn it over to my colleagues who are the lead sponsors, co-sponsors on the matters, and then the other colleagues to add in any additional remarks. So I think Councillor O'Malley, Councillor Braden, Councillor Arroyo, and Councillor Sabi George are all lead sponsors, co-sponsors on the 3 matters. I will turn it over to you for a 2-minute introduction each, then to the other colleagues who are here. Okay, so we'll start with Councillor O'Malley.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair, and good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. It's great to see you all virtually. While we have many councillors, and I expect we'll hear from even more through the course of this afternoon, I want to thank specifically my co-sponsors of Docket 0848, the Chair, Councillor Lydia Edwards, as well as the District 8 City Councillor, Councillor Kenzie Bach. This order was originally filed to discuss the feasibility of a municipal fair housing testing program. We filed this docket on July 2nd, 2020. This was a day after Suffolk University published their report revealing high instances of discrimination based on race as well as source of income in Greater Boston's rental housing market. The researchers at today's hearings can attest to the patterns and statistics of discrimination founding the housing market. After introducing the order, I was really stunned, although perhaps I shouldn't have been, about the sheer number of calls and anecdotal stories from constituents who have been impacted by this very issue. Our city has seen an unprecedented boom in housing development over the past several years, and while adding to our housing stock is certainly needed, we must ensure that it does not come at the cost of displacing those who are most vulnerable. Furthermore, at the end of this week, as we all know, the state's eviction and foreclosure moratorium will expire. The coronavirus pandemic has unmasked and exacerbated many issues related to equity, including housing stability in Boston. We will undoubtedly see a wave of evictions and housing insecure families that will be thrust into a rental housing market that, unfortunately, is discriminatory. There will be an irreversible displacement to an unprecedented degree. Now, having a municipal fair housing testing program would be a great tool in collecting data and using enforcement for cases of discrimination. Through the Fair Housing Office, and I want to thank Will Anua, whom we will hear from later, who's done some great work in this space, the city has partnered with Suffolk University to conduct fair housing tests when complaints are brought to them directly. However, this requires those seeking housing go out of their way to submit claims while often still searching for a place to live. Additionally, much of the discrimination in housing is not overt, so those being discriminated against may not even know that it's happening. This program is also largely reliant on HUD funding, which can be volatile and hard to rely on, particularly with a presidential administration who has shown its racism and incompetence time and time again. Now, I look forward to today's discussion and hearing from all of the housing experts. There are a number of issues that we're going to delve into, but this is a terrific start, and the men and women for whom we will hear and participate in this conversation are leaders in this field, and this is, I'm really looking forward to this great afternoon. Thank you again to Councilors Bach, Chair Edwards, as well as my other colleagues who put some really innovative and important legislation before us today.
Thank you. For councilors, again, with the co-sponsors, we're going to go ahead and go to Councilor Bach, then Sabi George, then Councilor Arroyo. Councilor Bach.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you again to everyone for being here today. This spring, as the stay-at-home order began, I, along with Councilor Sabi George, filed a resolution calling on property owners with vacancies to immediately rent to our families with housing vouchers. And that's because we know in pandemic times and in ordinary times that having a voucher is often not enough, that our families face rampant discrimination and lots of barriers to effectively using their vouchers. It was something that I was proud to work on quite closely at the Boston Housing Authority prior to becoming a counselor, and something that I'd really like to see us as a city working on more aggressively every way that we can. I know we've had a lot of housing advocates raising this issue for a long time, and the recent academic evidence that we are going to hear about today has really just supported things that we already knew and that our advocates and folks on the ground at the Housing Authority and the Office of Fair Housing and Equity already have known day to day. So I'm looking forward today to being solutions oriented and really grateful for all the colleagues who are partnering in this effort, and to the Mayor's administration for being here. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Councilor Sabi George.
Thank you, Madam President. Thank you to everyone who's with us today. I'm really excited and look forward to learning a lot and having, I think, a very thorough and robust conversation. As we all know, when the Suffolk University study came out this summer, I was disheartened, as many of us were, to learn about how pervasive housing discrimination was in the Boston area. I was disheartened, but not at all surprised. Section 8 housing vouchers are one of the most critical tools we have to house families and also respect their agency in choosing where they want to live. The vouchers allow for more economically integrated communities and can improve the economic mobility of our low-income families. Nationally, however, we've seen that because of discrimination and limitations on the program, Section 8 families often are only able to find housing in extremely low-income and segregated neighborhoods. In Massachusetts, it's illegal to discriminate against someone because of their race or the source of their income, meaning that they can utilize public assistance like Section 8 vouchers. And yet families with vouchers and families of color who are looking for housing in Boston are facing the enormous barriers of gentrification, the legacy of redlining and segregation, and the rising cost of housing. This pandemic has shown us that housing is a public health issue and that housing is a human right. As Councilor Bach mentioned, we filed a resolution urging property owners to rent to Section 8 voucher holders at the beginning of the pandemic. My office has been working with D&D and BHA to reach out to landlords. I filed Docket 0850 with Councilors Breeden and Edwards immediately after the study came out. It is clear we can do more and should do more to make it easier for all of our families to find stable housing here in Boston. I'm looking forward to this afternoon's discussion. I'm excited to learn from our panelists and do more. Hopefully we'll find out what those next steps are that we can take as a city to improve our process, especially for families looking to find housing here in the city of Boston. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Councilor Arroyo.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Housing discrimination in Boston, like the rest of the country, has a long history. We've experienced it. I've certainly seen the impacts of it throughout my lifetime. Folks who have been here since the 70s, 80s, and 60s have seen more of an impact. And so as we gather today to talk about solutions to this, I'm less interested in conversations about the fact that discrimination exists, because I believe for people of color, for folks who have dealt with this, they know. They didn't need a study to enlighten them. They've experienced it. And for most folks who have experienced it, the avenues for receiving some sort of justice in that discrimination, in the face of that discrimination, is not nearly as robust as it needs to be. And so today I'm really interested in talking about solutions and directing things at that. To that point, one of the things that really spurred this hearing order for me was Professor Berman's Suffolk University report. Specifically, he and his team listed three separate things, three separate ways in which we could try to address these issues. One of the ones that jumped right off the page to me was in the first point, which was broker fees. And so I look forward to really exploring how we talk about broker fees and sort of their colorblind damage, when we know that economically there's so much disproportionate impact in wealth gaps between people of color, between women and men, between single families and married families, and all these different ways in which broker fees might discriminate entrance and access to certain neighborhoods. And so I look forward to having a conversation about that. And I'm grateful to all of you who are here today to educate and to really address these issues with real policy, and for the time and efforts that you've put in, not just in this 4-hour or 5-hour hearing that we're about to have, but in your career to do this. So thank you very much. And thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. I wanted, before I went on to my other colleagues, to also thank all of the staff members of my office, Councillor Sabi Georges, Councillor O'Malley, Councillor Bach, and Councillor Arroyos, for the incredible work they did in organizing and making sure we had the most efficient way possible to have this conversation. Now, in order of arrival, I'm going to turn it over to Councillor Flynn, followed by Councillor Braden, and then Councillor Campbell and Mejia. Councillor Flynn.
Thank you, Councillor Edwards. We need to ensure that renters in our city receive a fair chance at finding stable housing without fear of discrimination. I represent a large number of residents who live in public housing, in renters who hold Section 8 vouchers. I understand the importance of stable housing in order for our residents to thrive. And it's concerning to read about the qualified renters need not apply study found rampant discrimination against our Black residents in Section 8 housing voucher holders. Housing discrimination based on race and against voucher holders is not only illegal, but it's morally unacceptable. Everyone deserves a fair chance at obtaining housing, and our residents of color and housing voucher holders must not face this discrimination when trying to get housing. I applaud the efforts of all that are here today in affirming fair housing policies in our zoning code, and I will support this work and continue our partnership on housing equity and justice. I want to say thank you to Councillor Edwards and to all of the sponsors for holding these hearings. They're critical. Housing is a human right, and it's about treating people with respect and dignity. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Councillor Braden.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Councillor Edwards. And thank you to my colleagues for bringing all this important issue forward to the table today. In the midst of the ongoing public health crisis and the existing disparities are extremely exacerbated. Rising housing costs create a challenge for middle income and working families, leaving them with limited housing options and heading closer towards displacement. Research has shown that Boston is becoming a city of high-income childless professionals. As Boston continues to face a family homelessness and displacement crisis, Section 8 vouchers are one of the most effective tools for families to stably stay housed in the private market. We must ensure enforcement of our non-discrimination ordinance and pose stronger measures to prohibit discrimination of voucher holders and their families. Before, during, and after this pandemic, our city has an obligation to address housing discrimination based on race, disability, status, family size, source of income, and other socioeconomic factors. We must also bring proper data collection of sexual orientation and gender identity-based housing discrimination into this conversation. I'm particularly interested in the conversation regarding brokers' fees, as I represent a district with higher turnover of tenants, including students and young professionals, who are oftentimes expected to shell out close to $10,000 for a new apartment. Sometimes there are predatory practices in the private market against tenants trying to make ends meet to stay in Boston, and we as a city should move towards some tangible solutions. I'm also interested in exploring ways which we can improve the Section 8 process and how we can level that playing field so that Section 8 voucher holders have a fairer chance in the market, the housing market. I look forward to hearing from the administration officials, policy experts, and industry representatives, community advocates, residents, and members of the public as we work towards finding solutions, not only exploring all the problems, but also come up with some tangible solutions that we can execute today. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Campbell.
Thank you, Councillor Edwards, and thank you to the makers for bringing forth this important hearing. And also thank you to the panelists who will be with us for hours. So thank you for your leadership as well. I also want to thank Suffolk University and many folks who put in the work to highlight what many of us have already known to be true, particularly for communities of color, residents of color, and low-income residents, that discrimination is real, and that Black and Brown residents in particular are the targets of many discriminatory practices with respect to housing. I too am looking forward to having a conversation with respect to the actual tangible solutions to ensure that folks not only remain housed, have access to housing, equitable access to housing. I'm also hopefully looking forward to part of this conversation being about folks who currently live in BHA housing and the need for improvements to the conditions of housing in which people are living as well. Obviously, in the midst of COVID-19, it's critically important that we keep people housed, that we do everything we can to ensure that housing is suitable and adequate. And lastly, it's critically important that we address this issue with respect to the racial wealth gap. There's no way we solve for that and change the numbers if we do not change our housing practices. It is one of the number one ways in which to build wealth. So happy to participate today. And again, thank you to the makers and thank you to all of the panelists for participating. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Councillor Mejia.
Thank you to the chair, Councillor Edwards, for holding this hearing and for all of your advocacy in the housing space. I just want to take a moment to thank all of the councillors who have sponsored these hearing orders. A lot of people, including myself, are still learning about the amazing work that this council has undertaken in recent history. This is an issue that fundamentally impacts people in every neighborhood in the city. We all have taken steps to push the work forward, but I think by working collaboratively like we are here today, we stand a much better chance at moving the needle forward. There is so much at stake. We already know what we know, and that's the truth. So I hope to spend my time today talking about what solutions we can build together. Thank you to the counselors and thank you to the advocates who are here today to make their voices heard. And, you know, I grew up I am a recipient of Section 8. My mom was on Section 8 for 30 something years. But while I really do appreciate that, I think it's important for us to recognize is that, you know, those vouchers, usually we get earmarked to certain spaces. And I think that this conversation, while I'm appreciated, whatever it's called, while I'm happy to have it, I am so frustrated that it's that we're having this conversation, and people are still trying to figure out where they're going to live. So I just think at some point we're just going to have to just dive in and make decisions because people are just the natives are getting restless, literally, about the conversation, and nothing feels like is changing. So I'm really grateful to be in partnership with the counselors that have set these hearings forward and looking forward to really moving the needle. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilor Mejia. Just again, opening up to any counselors I may have missed who have joined us. Okay, seeing no blue hands, I'm now going to move on to our first panel with the overall question of what is the state of fair housing? In this panel, we'll have Professor Berman from Suffolk University. We'll have Justin Steele, co-author of the report Furthering Fair Housing. I'm sorry, I messed up the report name. And I think the Qualified Renters Need Not Apply is the title of the report from Professor Berman. Also, who will be on deck or available for questions will be Nicholas Kelly, a PhD candidate at MIT on furthering fair housing. So we're going to go ahead and turn it over to these folks to do their presentations. We will then open it up for counselor Q&A, again, keeping everyone's questions to 1 minute. So I'll turn it over to Professor Berman.
Thank you so much, Councilor Edwards, and thank you to the entire council for holding these hearings that are so important right now. Obviously, the state of fair housing in Boston is very concerning, to say the least. Segregation caused by government policies such as redlining, restrictive covenants, and discriminatory loan practices, and the wealth and opportunity gap, a few of the councilors noted, that it caused, is being perpetuated by housing discrimination on top of it against people of color and those with vouchers. And this is what our study found. And we found shockingly high rates of discrimination and based on these two protected classes. So with respect to race, 71% of the time, we found discrimination, and with respect to source of income, meaning vouchers, 86% of the time we found it. And so to people of color, I don't need to say this, but to the rest of us, I can't tell you how profoundly this kind of thing affects people. And I say that having represented people in discrimination cases for years, just to be turned away from something as basic as where you want to live solely because of who you are. It's a terrible thing, and it's a terrible burden for people to bear. And it's a reflection of the culture that for some reason is persisting, and particularly what our study revealed was it's among not only landlords, but real estate professionals in our community. And this effort I appreciate so much because this has to stop. Our Black and brown neighbors are suffering, and they're living in neighborhoods and situations that make them more susceptible to health issues like COVID, which is such a bright light on the health inequities and has been a terrible burden on these communities. And so now is the time for us to do something about this issue that has been with us for the entire history of our country. And what I want to say is we can no longer be the person that goes to Fenway Park and hears about, oh, somebody shouted some racial remark and says, oh, isn't that terrible? But it's not me, because it's us, it's all of us, it's our community. And we have to change the culture so that kind of thing doesn't happen, and all of the extensions of that. And as if we needed another reminder, the very recent study on racial disparities in criminal justice just came out and also showed that Black and brown communities bear the brunt of inequities in that regard as well. And these things are all related. So I'm going to talk about our study. I've got some slides that I'm going to put up. So I'm going to share my screen, and I'm going to run through this rather quickly so that I can be respectful of the time and also of my fellow panelists and leave time for questions. So let's see, I'll share the screen.
And if you're not able to, I think Candace has the slides. So Candace, if you wanted to go ahead and put them up.
Actually, I think.
Okay.
Are you able to see that? I'm going to
Yeah.
from start. Okay, so we are funded by HUD, but not only by HUD. So this particular study, the Boston Foundation funded, and so we're thankful for them. And we did the study in conjunction with the analysis group, which is an internationally known economic analysis entity, which allowed us to design the study in a way that ensured that we had the soundest methodology possible. And so as you can see here, the study took over a year to do, and we did it through what's called, flip ahead, match paired testing, which is the gold standard of this kind of work. And in match paired testing, you take individuals that are similar in all respect, except for the one characteristic that you want to test. And so in our case, everyone who participated was similar in all respects in terms of they all had jobs, they all had the same credit history, ability to pay, albeit some of them through vouchers, but everyone could afford and was qualified for the apartments. And then you're able to send those individuals to the same property and see how, be able to compare how they're treated. Because discrimination is often done in a way that the person that experiences doesn't even know they've been discriminated against. And so in order to reveal the discrimination, we have to be able to see how does a person without a voucher who's Black get treated compared to someone who's equally qualified who does not have a voucher and who is white. And we can make those comparisons, and that's how we did the study. And so our experts said we needed to do at least 50 tests, and so we sent 4 different individuals to 50 different properties. We trained 200 testers, 100 Black, 100 white, and we did not send the same people over and over again. Each person just went once. 2 testers, Black and white, one without a voucher, and 2 Black and white with a voucher. So that was the design of the study. And our experts sent us randomized lists of 1-bedroom and studio apartments, all of which one would qualify under the BHA standards at the time for a voucher. So all of the testers were equally qualified. Where we tested was completely randomized. We just went down the list and called an ad, and when we got a response, we began the test. And our testing coordinator sent the 4 different testers to each property, and we compared how they got treated. One of the things we wanted to identify was how are people treated from the very beginning. And so we used race-associated names for our testers, and these names came from a prior academic study, and they are shown to be associated with either being Black or white. So for example, we would send Aisha and Allison, Aisha being the Black tester, Allison the white tester, to the same property, and we sent 2 pairs of testers to each. And so we did find, unfortunately, that, and it came back to a statistically significant level, some of our Black testers get screened out immediately just by their name. We have them use the name in their initial contact, whether it be email or text, however they're contacting. And so some of the Black testers don't ever get contacted back by the housing provider when we know that the white testers are. Here is where we tested. So we wanted to approximate the search of somebody with a voucher. And so we chose the greater Boston area, kind of where you might be able to relatively easily access a place by public transportation. And then on the right of the slide are the neighborhoods in Boston that we tested. And so that's kind of a randomized list of where our testers ended up. And so those are the neighborhoods that have apartments that one would qualify for if one had a voucher. We were only looking for typical business practice. Our testers were trained merely go, have the experience, and they were required within a day or so to write a very, very detailed report and just write what happened. And then the testing coordinators would do the analysis and compare the treatment. But they were very, very thorough in this, and we required them to do it immediately so that their memories would be fresh and the reports would be accurate. And our expert helped us set up the reports and identified 44 different variables, from did they shake your hand, did they offer you a drink, and this was pre-COVID, right down to did they follow up and send you an email and try to get you to rent the apartment afterwards. And unfortunately, what we found is through the entire process, from the very beginning to the very end, there was differential treatment and there was discrimination based both on race and on source of income. So these are the results. I mentioned these already. These were some of the main ways that discrimination showed itself. So ghosting just meaning you get dropped altogether. So I think we're past, at least with respect to race discrimination, the point where someone will say to a white tester, yeah, it's available, and a black tester, no, it's not available, but instead they just will stop communicating with the black tester. And so literally it was almost 5 times more this happened to someone who was black than it happened to someone who was white. So the white testers, 8% of the time, they got dropped. Black testers, 38% of the time, they got dropped. So this is one way that the discrimination was pervaded. And this is with respect to if you have a voucher. So nearly half the time, you get dropped if you have a voucher. And it was, reading the reports, it was startling because testers would describe everything was great, the conversation was going along well. I said, oh, I have a voucher. And we trained them to introduce that as soon as possible. And once that happened, the tone changed often, and it was brusque. They were shepherded off the phone and then never contacted again. And they were all trained to keep trying, send another email, send another text, make another phone call. And so many times that they got dropped. And in this area, people were also very willing sometimes to say, we don't even take vouchers, and to intentionally or overtly express the discrimination. So 10% of the time that happened. And where they actually do say, we do take them affirmatively, most of the time when they say that, they still discriminate against someone with a voucher. And so we found, as you can see on this slide, it's an average of 15% of the time. If you have a voucher, you get to see the property you want to see, even though you're equally qualified as everyone else. And there were 2 times when voucher testers were unable to even introduce the fact that they had vouchers. If you remove those, it's almost 9 out of 10 times. What does that mean? It means if you have a voucher and you want to see 5 properties, you have to call 50 housing providers to even see 5 properties. And can you imagine how frustrating that is and how difficult that is? Your voucher is the biggest asset you have. You are on a timer. You have to use it within 4 months or so. And if you don't use it, you might lose it. And so what happens? You take whatever you can get. You don't pursue discrimination claims because you don't have time to, because you have to find an apartment. And the promise of a Section 8 program that's supposed to allow mobility and allow someone to move anywhere, and including, if they would like a neighborhood that has more opportunity, that promise is obliterated. And as we know from Raj Chetty's study in Harvard, if you take an individual who's young from one neighborhood of less opportunity to one of more opportunity, their lifetime potential increases significantly. And so, again, this is something that is likely obvious, but these things need to be studied so that people can't say, oh, no, this isn't the case or this doesn't happen. You can see from this, if you are a white tester, a white individual with no voucher, 80% of the time, you get to see what you want to see. And there was at least, of the 20% you don't see, there was at least half of that was it had already rented. And if you were equally qualified, you're looking at the same unit, and you're black, you only get to see 48% of the apartments that you want to see. We had similar data for who gets shown and told about additional units. So often the discrimination we see is discrimination with a smile. You never know what's happening, but what we found out, because we did testing, was the white testers were being shown and told about twice the number of the properties as the black tester. And so, this has an anecdote of one of the testers who said she was told, oh, you have to see this other apartment. It's for a, quote, select group of people, and we don't advertise this, or else we'd have to show it to everybody. And, talked a little about the people we're looking for. And she came back to the testing coordinator and said, I just experienced white privilege. And she had no idea what happened with the other tests, because we don't ever say, to the testers. But none of the other testers in that test were told about that select apartment, only the white tester with no voucher. So there's similar data in terms of what's shown. When you see an apartment, do you just get the door open? There it is. Okay, nice, very nice, and then, or do you get told, oh, if you like this, I've got two more that I can show you, and that depends on your race, and it depends on whether you have a voucher. We found similar results with respect to, and this was the vast majority of who we tested were brokers, because that's randomly who you get. If you're looking for an apartment in Boston, you get brokers. Over 90% of the time, that's who it was. And so they're selling, but who are they selling? So if you are white, you get positive comments, much more, like, oh, this is a nice neighborhood, it's near the T, here are the amenities, take a look, as opposed to when you're black. And all of these are expert analyzed and are statistically significant. Same with whether you have a voucher or not, in terms of positive comments. And this chart just shows whether you get offered an application, if you have a voucher or not. But so we got similar results based on race as well, and also with respect to do you get follow-up? Are they calling you, emailing you, or trying to make it easy for you to apply? So one example of an anecdote we had was a white market rate tester who's told you better act quick if you want this apartment. Same broker, same apartment. The black tester is told, take your time. Don't worry about it. So as I suggested, the vast majority of the time it was brokers. Here's the data on that. A few times there were both property manager, or once there was a property management company and landlord that the testers interacted with. But from a policy perspective, this suggests that something has to be done with respect to our real estate professional community as well, and with landlords. So that's the import of that. I can provide this. This is the location of the full study. I added this slide, so it's not in what we sent, but it's very easy to find, and I can forward that to anyone who needs to. I have a few anecdotes, just suggesting, kind of what happened to the testers. And so this was not unusual. A lot of brokers would say, oh, I got to ask the landlord about Section 8, and then a lot of times would drop the person altogether. And they'd say, oh, it's up to the landlord, I think you're fine. But, this is the kind of thing that the testers were getting. Oh, you seem totally normal. I mean, a lot of people with Section 8 aren't the greatest people. Sometimes people can be prejudicial about that. And this is, very tough to take. After representing many, many people with vouchers and knowing full well that people are people. And so they want the same things anyone else wants: safe housing, health, education. There are people all across the board who one would not want as a tenant, and there are people all across the board who would be beautiful tenants. And landlords need to set criteria, make them, and then test the criteria equally for all people who apply and not set high barriers for certain groups. It was in our study, Black people got asked a lot more, oh, what's your credit and that kind of thing than white people. This is the one I referred to earlier. And here's another one. Someone with a voucher was told, both voucher testers were told, oh, sorry, there's only one means of egress, so this won't pass inspection by a broker. And so apparently they're going to rent it to someone without a voucher who can be in an apartment that's a fire risk. And so they didn't want to meet the conditions of the program because they know they're going to have an inspection. So let's see, I'm going to stop sharing. So clearly, there's a significant issue. We also looked at whether whether source of income discrimination is a proxy for race discrimination. And, are people discriminating against someone with a voucher because what they really want is to exclude someone who's of color? And the answer to that was no. You get discriminated against, and the reason is you get discriminated against at such a high rate. No matter what your race is, if you have a voucher, you cannot even possibly be discriminated against more because you're in another protected class. And that, it's a staggering barrier for someone who's, probably waited a long time to get this asset and now is being prevented at every turn just from simply using it to move on and to have a better life. So I can either take questions, or I don't know if you want to turn it over to my colleague at this point.
Madam Chair, you're still muted.
Thank you. My apologies. Thank you. That was an incredible presentation, by the way, and I learned an incredible amount of information. I have some questions, but before we turn it over to colleagues for questions, I will turn it over to Justin Steele if you have any comments or wanted to add to the presentation. Then we'll open it up for colleagues.
Thank you. I'll just very briefly, thank you for holding these hearings and for inviting Nick Kelly and me this morning. And thank you, Professor Berman, for this very essential research in Boston. I thought it might be helpful for me to just very quickly give a brief overview of Nick's and my relevant areas of research and mention a few points from that research that I think are salient for today's hearing, building on what Professor Berman presented, and we look forward to your questions. So my research focuses on the history of racial discrimination in housing, on consequences of residential segregation by race, and policy responses to place-based disparities in resources. I also frequently serve as an expert witness in federal civil rights and housing discrimination cases, including in cases involving private discrimination against housing choice voucher holders and the disparate impact of that discrimination on the basis of race, sex, and disability. I've also conducted research on gentrification in Boston and on the disparate impact of evictions in the city of Boston, finding that 37% of market rate eviction filings occur in neighborhoods in which a majority of residents are Black, even though only 18% of rental housing is in these neighborhoods. In terms of policy, I've written extensively about the Federal Fair Housing Act and disparate impact policies. With Nick Kelly, who's also here in the hearing, a PhD student at MIT, we have together analyzed the effects of the federal affirmatively furthering fair housing rule before it was revoked. Nick has also conducted extensive research focused on Boston specifically, revealing that voucher holders in Boston face a number of barriers to living in the unit and neighborhood of their choice, in addition to the discrimination Professor Berman mentioned. And the barriers that those home seekers, those voucher holders cite in order of frequency are landlord screening based on credit scores, explicit discrimination against voucher holders, the fact that many apartments are not de-letted, high broker fees, and the shortage of affordable units. Credit score barriers were the most frequently cited one, and that's particularly unfortunate because a large portion, usually the majority of a voucher holder's rent is guaranteed by the federal government. And so that suggests that it may also be a form of discrimination or a cover for discrimination. Better landlord education about the voucher program, as well as programs to help improve tenant credit scores, could help potentially enable more options for voucher holders. And the limitation or elimination of brokers' fees could also play a role, since those present a significant barrier to voucher families finding housing. It was suggested it might be helpful for us to speak briefly about what fair housing is, who it protects, and where there's work to be done. But in the interest of time, I'll just focus on my perspective on what some of the salient gaps in Boston are. So first, reinforcing what Professor Berman has said, housing discrimination by landlords on the basis of race, family status, and disability continue to be much more common than many would think. And it's challenging to address because often those who are discriminated against are not aware of the discrimination. So addressing discrimination requires public education for home seekers and resources dedicated to proactive investigations and enforcement, including robust testing regimes. Second, in my experience and in review of other research, and consistent with Professor Berman's research, discrimination on the basis of source of income against voucher holders, even in places as here in Boston where it is illegal, is very widespread. Some few landlords don't know the law, although obviously ignorance of the law is no excuse, but most landlords know that they will not get caught, and that even if they do, the sanctions will be minimal. And so I believe that there's a substantial gap in Boston in the ability from either the public or the private sector to proactively investigate, test, and enforce fair housing laws. And drawing from the law professor Michael Schill, I just conclude by saying that a mode of enforcement that puts the burden on victims to identify when they've encountered discrimination is destined to fail. The average renter or home buyer who's denied housing because of some outlawed reason will not know the reason behind the denial. And indeed, the more sophisticated the violator is, the less likely it is that the victim will successfully identify that violation. Thus, the current system of complaint-driven enforcement is likely to miss a large number of meritorious complaints. And I think fair housing laws really can only have a substantial deterrent effect to remedy these issues under two sets of conditions. If penalties are low, then the enforcement efforts must be intensive enough so that most lawbreakers will be identified and punished. And alternatively, if intensive identification and prosecution of violators of the law is infeasible, then deterrence would require high penalties for those relatively few who are caught. And unfortunately, current enforcement of federal, state, and local fair housing laws shares neither of these characteristics. Only a fraction of the possible meritorious cases are actually brought, and the average penalty is low. So I would just conclude by saying I think it would be important for the City Council to focus on the resources and powers for enforcement here, as well as related issues of lead paint and broker regulation. Thank you.
Thank you so much. This is, again, incredibly informative. So again, to my colleagues, pushing for you to be as brief as possible, even if you just fired off several questions in the minute that I'm going to give you to go ahead and fire them off or make your comment. So I will go ahead and start with Councillor Flynn.
Thank you, Councillor Edwards. I had the opportunity to read the study, and I thought it was excellent. Can you tell me, has a study like this been done before to this extent in the city of Boston? And if not, why hasn't this issue been addressed before?
Before you go, Councillor Flynn, before you answer, Councillor Flynn, is that all the questions that you have, or is that what I'm encouraging my colleagues? That's all. Okay, go ahead. Professor Berman?
So there has not been a study like this before in the Boston area. There have been studies like this before, so the Urban Institute does studies like this periodically, and they've done kind of nationwide studies. And some of those may have included Boston. Barbara, I see you on the Zoom, and I think you would likely know this. But part of why you haven't seen this kind of thing before is it takes an extreme, a very significant amount of effort and resources in order to do this work. And we were fortunate to work with the Boston Foundation and to interest them in the work and to design research questions that they had interest in and that we thought would be important to answer. while we were in progress doing this, and I see Fred Freiberg is on the agenda, and he was involved in a study done by Newsday, a press organization on Long Island, that was similar but tested brokers in the sales context. And that is very interesting and worth taking a look at it. And one of the policy changes that people might consider is, for example, in New York, they're able to record because it's not a two-party consent state in terms of wiretapping. And so their testers were able to make recordings of their interactions, and it's very, very powerful to get their experiences that way. And there are exceptions to the Massachusetts wiretapping statute, and there could be a very narrowly drawn one. This idea comes from Maris Bergquist at the Fair Housing Center out in central western Mass. But there could be an exception that's narrowly tailored that would allow testers to do that kind of recording. And so that to have that kind of, have it in their own words, literally, would be very powerful.
Thank you, Professor. And the only reason I asked that question is it makes sense to to have the data, but to do a study every 4 or 5 years so you know exactly what is happening in the city instead of having a study once every 20 or 30 years. We got a lot of people have left the city since that time. That's my only point. Again, thank you very much, Councilor Edwards, and to the sponsors as well, and to the housing activists.
Thank you. Councilor Braden, who is also another original co-sponsor. My apologies for leaving you off the list when I announced them, Councilor Braden.
Thank you. Thank you, Madam Chair. This is an incredible report and very, very informative and throws light on a very serious concern, a serious issue. I had one question about and I don't know if I had some conversations with folks in the industry about the familiarity of realtors with this Section 8 program and how it's conducted and how it works. Have you any data on training and certification requirements or licensing requirements for realtors to be up to speed on Section 8 and how it works and the legalities of the whole program?
So what data I do have is in order to get a license, someone would have to take 40 hours worth of training, and 4 hours of that is devoted to fair housing. Now, I don't know how much of that might be devoted to the Section 8 program. One of our other recommendations is to increase training for real estate professionals. And we have been working with the Mass Realtors Association, and they have expressed a desire to be proactive about this issue. And our office conducted a training for them and is working with them also. But what you raise is a very significant issue because people have, and it was clear from the data and the testing that either people didn't understand or had some kind of misconception about the program. And sometimes it's that they do know that there will be an inspection and they know that they'll fail, and people get turned away for that reason. But I think that there's also an unfair stigma that is attached to it. I also agree, anytime this kind of administrative or bureaucratic procedure, it always warrants looking at it to make sure it is as user-friendly as possible. Yeah. So if there are ways to improve it, that's great. But we're nowhere near that because the discrimination is so rampant that people aren't, anywhere near even getting the chance in most of the time to talk about the program and what it requires. And you would think in this particular, atmosphere, it would be attractive for landlords to have most of the rent guaranteed by the government. And so perhaps we're in a situation where vouchers would be more attractive, but those who are on the call, who are on the field, the next panel would be able to speak to that.
Thank you. In the interest of time, Madam Chair, I will hold any more questions for later. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Bach.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I've switched machines, so hopefully it's going to be clearer. Thank you so much to both of you for the amazing presentations. I just think this is such a serious issue, and it's just, I mean, I think Councilor Arroyo said this, but it's just like, we know the problem. This just, you know, underscores what everyone's lived experience on this problem is. I guess my question for you, Professor Berman, is about sort of where you've seen, like, within a context consistent with ours, if we aren't able to change the wiretap law, which is at the state level, how you would sort of take the next step from a secret shopper perspective in terms of enforcement. Because I remember the Seattle taking an action like that when I was still at the Housing Authority, and it just strikes me that I think without having some kind of hammer here, you could do all the education in the world, and I'm not sure it's going to change behavior. So obviously, right now with our current laws, we can't have those really compelling one-side recordings. And so I'm just wondering, the matched pair study design seems great for proving that we have a problem, but sort of what you think the next step should be. And similarly, I guess, Justin, my question for you, my initial reaction, obviously people shouldn't need high credit scores when the federal government is backstopping their rent, which is what happens with Section 8. And I'm wondering if you know if there's any regulatory move that anyone has made on that front, or if it's just a question of getting the industry to change its norms in the city. Thank you, Madam Chair. I'll keep my questions to those for now.
Thank you.
So in terms of enforcement, that obviously is very significant because it is a protected class in Massachusetts, and clearly people are discriminating in it anyway. And so the city of Boston has already taken, what I would consider a significant step, and entered into a contract with us to provide an additional testing coordinator who will be dedicated to testing in the city of Boston. And so essentially doubling our capacity to do the work that we do. And that is a very important first step. And, we are very pleased that Director Noha and Andrew Espinoza and the city of Boston took that step. So that is a step in the right direction. In terms of, greater resources via an office in the city of Boston or otherwise, I support those as well. I've always been of the mind that as many enforcement resources as we can generate, we can use. In terms of, there's another issue, and I won't talk about this at great length in the interest of time, but if people are interested, the state system for suspending a broker's license is broken. And I have some ideas for how we can fix that. But currently, it's, from what we've been able to find out through public records requests, it's not working.
To answer both of your questions, reiterating what Professor Berman said, the fact that we unfortunately do not allow one-party recording in the state of Massachusetts is a real problem for fair housing litigation here, but it's not a total, doesn't prevent it completely. I mean, obviously you can take notes and then have testimony, and the problem is you get into conflicting testimony, whereas the recording could very clearly resolve it. But it's not a total obstacle. So you can still do audit studies and pair testing to lay the groundwork for fair housing litigation. It's just incredibly labor intensive, as Professor Berman mentioned. And I'm also really glad you're speaking with Fred Freiberg, because he has done a really amazing job in New York and in the New York region using pair testing and other strategies to have a very vigorous set of enforcement actions from the private nonprofit sector. And in terms of credit scores, there are a city, my understanding is the city could prevent landlords from using credit scores if it chose to. And Portland has done that. It requires, I believe, a first come, first serve. Seattle also passed an ordinance like that, though that's currently, I believe, held up in litigation. And Minneapolis, I believe, also has a law that limits some of the screening criteria and makes sure that they're clearly stated at the beginning. So I do think there are things the city could do on that front as well.
That's great. That's amazing to know. And also, I just want to, Professor Berman, say I'm really excited about what you mentioned with the city and looking forward to hearing more from Director Onuha about that. Because I think, as several colleagues have said, this is really time for action. And I, at the Housing Authority, was involved in the implementation of small area fair market rents, and we made it easier in theory for people to access apartments from a price perspective. But it's just so frustrating how many of these barriers still exist. So thank you so much, Madam Chair.
Thank you. And just to let folks know, we cast a wide net today to give us a lot of context and historical understanding and all sorts of ideas and perspectives. What happens next is we can go to working sessions, specifically honing in on some of the ideas that we walk away from. So I'm keeping a growing list, looking at the credit score, looking at broker's fee, and as these ideas are coming up and what the working session could directly get into. So I just wanted people to know, time is of the essence today, but the conversation will continue. Councilor Arroyo.
Thank you so much to Madam Chair and also to the folks who just presented. I have one. I'm going to keep this brief because I know we have other panels. So one of the things that struck me about this study is that it would be incredibly difficult for any individual to know that they have been discriminated in the case of, you know, I didn't get shown that special apartment, and had I not had this other person partnered in this study, I would have never even known that was a thing. And so you can walk away with sort of this discrimination without ever having the ability to know you were discriminated against or to firmly say you have been. And so one of the things that I think is really interesting about this is there a way, and this is specifically about this issue, is there a way to do sort of, to have an agency or to have some policy from a municipal level where we lead sort of this kind of a study with the idea of actually enforcing the law? So in other words, not just a study of this is happening, but actually building a case for punishment and enforcement of our laws. Is there a way for us to create sort of a permanent branch? I can't imagine it would take many employees. Is there a state law that I may not know about, or some kind of thing that would keep us from municipally creating what you created for the purpose of the study, in terms of making these phone calls, having folks do this, and finding this discrimination? Is there anything that keeps us as a city from creating something similar that conducts basically exactly what you just did, but with the purpose of then documenting that for actual enforcement of our racial discrimination laws? In what ways can we strengthen that municipally? In what ways can we conduct those kinds of tests municipally?
Councilor Arroyo, I would say that is a really good question, and that's one of the things I'm going to address in my
awesome
in my portion.
Thank you. In that case, if that's the case, then I think that's probably at panel 3. In that case, then we'll wait till that. Thank you so much.
Councilor Sabi George.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you for that presentation. It was really very helpful. I've got 3, I think, quick questions. If you can answer them all, that's great. If you can't, we can get to them another time. But I am curious about the recommendations in your study to create this legal strike force. I'm wondering if you could talk a little bit more about that team and the resources it might need to make that happen. Also, your study points to sort of the education of the tenant. And I know in your presentation, you mentioned that there's very little time sometimes for a tenant to sort of just understand their rights and then respond or file a complaint when they're seeking housing. And then some of the conversation here has been around establishing, part of maybe a city requirement for brokers and or landlords around strengthening the education piece, so increasing the hours and perhaps adding a component around either the discrimination piece or additional education through that licensure. I'm not sure if we can do that alone here in the city of Boston, but wouldn't mind a little bit more on those 3 areas if possible. I try to squeeze all my questions in under a minute. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you.
So the legal strike force idea came from mass law reform, Judith Lieben, and it's something that we support. I do know that I believe there's funding through DHCD that might be available for fair housing in the context of vouchers, and there have been some talk among fair housing groups about trying to band together to access that funding, but it would be kind of a perfect way to do this, because what we're finding is, and we've done some of these cases where we get in early enough so that the apartment hasn't rented yet, and a couple of times we've gone to court and filed injunctions trying to require the landlord to rent our client. Now, as you might imagine, that, for individuals that feel the imbalance of power regularly every day in their life or lack thereof, it's a difficult thing to start a relationship with a landlord by suing them. But, we've had a couple of clients who are willing to do that. And also I know Barbara Chandler, who is here, I think, and I've said this before, 4 Barbara Chandlers, are worth 50 lawyers in this regard, because Barbara is out there solving the problems with her clients as they happen before it becomes necessary to have some kind of strike force or litigation. So, to increase funding for fair housing representatives to be in the various housing authorities, assuming that they, are proactive and will get involved and make the phone calls and educate people as they go, might even be a better way to look at it. So that's that question. About having people understand their rights, one of the things they did in New York as a result of the study that I mentioned before was they require brokers to give a fact sheet, a fair housing fact sheet that the state produces to all renters, and it has to be signed, and they have to prove that they've given it to them. So that's one thing. They've done it in New York, and there's no reason, it's something that we could do in Massachusetts as well. And the last question was with respect to brokers and education. That is something that, brokers can be a force for good and should be. If we are able to change the culture, there is some education requirement that certainly can improve. But I do also agree with Council Royal's suggestion, earlier on about, and this they did in New York as well. They prohibited brokers from charging a fee to tenants because that is a significant barrier, particularly to those with vouchers. And so this council is aware there are many other things that are going on, some of them through the use of technology systems that are very troubling in this regard, and that to me appear to violate the statute requiring, that limits what a landlord can charge up front. So there are large entities that are screening out people by either saying, well, you need to have an income of $80,000 or something like that. They know full well someone with a voucher won't have that kind of income, but they can afford the unit. Or they won't allow you to online go through the application process if you don't meet a criteria like that. So another thing they're doing is they are saying, oh, there's a refundable security deposit. So in order to move forward, you need to give us the security deposit and it will be refunded. And that's not the function of a security deposit. So if you want to look at 3 apartments, you've got to give 3 security deposits. People with a voucher cannot afford that. And so it's another way they're being excluded.
Thank you. Councillor O'Malley, and then Councillor Campbell, and Councillor Mejia.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair, and thank you all for your great work. Just very briefly, I'm cognizant of the time. Professor Berman, I know that you had co-authored a similar study in 2018 that detailed discrimination and that the transgender and gender nonconforming individuals often face in the rental market. So I'm interested, I'll ask all the questions now. One, how the findings in this paper differ from the 2018 study, as well as the similarities. Also, I think that you had gotten into this in the presentation, the difference between race-based and voucher-based discrimination and why the distinction matters. Obviously, this is more of a statement, although I'd be interested in your take as well, that real estate professionals are discriminating based on prospective residents' voucher status or race. What are the potential long-run implications for residential segregation within the greater Boston area? And then finally, the study scope was limited to black and white profiles. And I wonder how might we expect the kind of discrimination found in your study to play out in a racially, ethnically, and linguistically diverse city like Boston. Thank you all for spending time with us and for your great work here.
Thank you, Councilor O'Malley.
Thank you, Councilor O'Malley. Sorry, I'm trying to write these down. So I'll answer your last question first. One of the limitations of this kind of work is we can't study everything we would like to study. And so we knew in using black and white testers and limiting it in that way, we would not be able to study Latinx or Asian or other groups, and it's worth doing that. I would expect from what we see in other work, similar results. I can't say, what they would be exactly. As to your first question on our prior study, based on gender identity, we saw 61% of the time discrimination based on someone's status in terms of being transgender or gender nonconforming. So it was even a bit lower than this, which we were very surprised about. The sample size was a little smaller there. We only had 33, and yet that data was statistically significant because the variance in treatment was so great. But that study was the first of its kind where anyone was able to recruit that number of individuals in that protected class because they've been so historically marginalized. They, were reluctant to participate, and we trained many more than actually ended up participating for that reason. And I tried to write down the middle question, but I think I lost it. You asked one other question.
You can repeat, Councilor O'Malley, if you wanted to.
Yeah, so just briefly, long-term implications that this would have on the housing market. I know it's a somewhat esoteric question, and I think the whole purpose of your report details it. But just briefly, if you can again talk about what sort of the long-term implications would be on the housing market when we see these trends continue. And thank you all, and thank you again to my team, particularly Justin McCleary, for his great work on this. Thank you, Professor.
Yes, thank you. And it gets to the remark I made at the very beginning, where this is perpetuating the wrongs that have been caused by the government and resulted in the wealth and opportunity gap that we see, where if you are white, your average net worth is $147,500, and if you're black, it's $8, which is astounding because of the lack of access to credit and to equity in homes. And so this kind of discrimination will perpetuate that, both race discrimination and voucher discrimination. And certainly, the promise of a voucher program is obliterated if you can't use it to live, if you can barely use it at all, certainly not to access neighborhoods of greater opportunity.
Thank you. We're going to go to Councilor Campbell, then Councilor Mejia.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you, Professor, and to the panelists for this first panel. Many of my questions have been asked. I guess, so I won't drag you through that again, but I guess my one question is, I'm curious, this is going to take, to respond to this study, your previous study, and so many others that have documented these inequities and the effect it has on the market and building wealth. It's going to take, everyone in the Commonwealth coming together to respond in many ways. So I'm looking forward to the specifics that we can do on the municipal level and working with the state, but I'm curious what the feedback has been to your study from other municipalities, from other folks in academia? Just curious, and I hope it's a positive one, but I don't want to assume that.
So far it has been positive, and we have been meeting with a group of advocates and strategizing around ways to use the data to drive change, and so we've been in touch with CHAPA and others. So that is a process that's happening, and mostly the response has been positive. The fact that this corresponded with the murder of George Floyd and so many others before him, and the ensuing protests has enhanced, I think, the examination that it's getting. And so our hope is and I agree, we all would have to get together to do this, and I'm hopeful that there will be change.
Thank you. And maybe this is through the chair. I mean, we can continue it, but I'd be curious to hear how other state electeds, those outside of Boston, and of course, some of the other higher ed institutions have also responded to you as well. Particularly, I mean, I call out the State House because a lot of what we do has to go through the state, which of course covers other municipalities as well. So I don't know if you want to elaborate there, but it's definitely it's worth us knowing. So. And not just the advocates. I'm not surprised by the advocates and the work they do. They get it. Just curious what some of the other stakeholders, how some of the other stakeholders have responded, particularly electeds in the State House and other municipalities.
Very honestly, we have been developing a strategy to approach them, which we have not, yet put into action. So I don't have, I can't answer your question for that reason. And so we're trying to be thoughtful about how we approach it, and developing the ideas enough so that when we do approach leaders on the state level, they will be responsive because it's thoughtfully done.
Thank you very much, and look forward to continuing that work. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Councilor Mejia, then I have a brief statement or questions myself, and then we'll start with the second panel.
Sure, thank you. So this is similar to Councilor Arroyo's question. I know that one of the recommendations was for more training for real estate professionals, particularly around educating clients of their rights. But we know that some of these real estate professionals are not already following the rules. Just beyond penalties, how can we actually ensure that these real estate professionals are following the rules? Just curious about that. I just think it's maybe perhaps even putting together a dashboard of complaints of brokers in the city, some sort of review board, like Angie's List, so we can investigate these claims. Just something to think about. I think that there is a way for us to really hold folks accountable, and I think these times require us to kind of think about what that could look like. And then this question is specifically for Justin. You mentioned that a lot of people don't know they're being discriminated against. Can you expand on that? Because my view is that people know that they've been discriminated against. They just don't have access to this data to back it up. I mean, I think, just to give an example of that, I walk into certain stores and I get followed, and I know I'm being followed and targeted, right? And so I'm just curious about if you could just kind of expand a little bit about that notion that, folks know what it looks like and feels like when we've been discriminated, but we just don't have access to the data. Can you talk a little bit about that?
Absolutely. I agree with you that many people do know they've been discriminated against, even if they can't put their finger on it precisely. They have the sense that someone is treating them poorly or differently because of something about their identity. Absolutely. And I think that very often people don't know exactly what the legal protections are or where they should turn to seek out those protections. But I think housing is particularly difficult because it's hard to know. I mean, you can have somebody who treats you, as Professor Berman said, with a smile and very kindly in a way that seems very convincing. To say, I really appreciate your application. It's just that we just rented the apartment 5 minutes ago. And you might have the intuition that that's untrue, or you might not. And there's no way that you know whether that apartment actually was rented to someone else just before you called, or not. And so I think that's why it's so important that there be this type of robust testing, as I suggested and as Professor Berman suggested, that leads towards enforcement, so that for those, whatever share of people are who don't have the evidence themselves to be able to identify that directly, that there's another kind of testing and enforcement mechanism.
I'm
And
very
as to
paranoid
the-
about time.
Pastor Berman?
Yes, as to broker penalties, there, as I mentioned before, there is a process that one could go through in order to suspend the license of a broker who's been discriminating. I like the ideas that you had, Councilor Mejia, about maybe something short of that, where people keep track of it. But what has to happen now under the state statute is the Mass Commission Against Discrimination has to issue a finding and then refer it to the appropriate administrative board in order for that to be pursued. And when we did a public records request of that board, they couldn't give us, they said they don't keep the information in the form we were looking for in terms of whether or not any broker has been suspended for discrimination. And I said, well, we'll send down somebody and we'll look through your files. So it won't be any cost to you. And we never got a response. And then the MCAD, and, we work with them all the time, and they do incredible work, but they haven't referred anyone they took a look at their records and couldn't tell that they'd done that. So that should be changed. And for example, if a testing program could make a referral to that kind of board, if they find a broker evidence of discrimination in a test against the broker, that would be a much lower threshold. And once people start to have licenses suspended for this kind of behavior, I think that'll go a long way to stopping it.
Thank you. And this is not so much a comment, a question, Councilor Edwards, so I won't take up too much of your time, but I just wanted to, I'm curious, and I would like to offer that I see, and I'm sure that I don't see a lot of advocates or nonprofit organizations on this, and particularly that's probably, we were focusing on the academia. I'm just curious about just who's not here and whether or not this is
Councilor Mejia, the entire second panel is nonprofits and advocates and stakeholders.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you. We've also been joined by Councilor Flaherty. Very quickly, just my own question or thoughts, and I'll just fire them out. I am curious how or if there's been any study on the discrimination of undocumented or quasi-documented families. I think that there's a huge amount. As a landlord, people ask me if I was okay with someone without documentation to be in one of my units. And I thought that was illegal, but I don't know that it is. So I'm curious about any study of that. Immigration status. Just to pick up on what Councilor Braden brought up, one of the issues for our LGBTQ population is finding senior housing. As you noticed, the city of Boston recently had to literally create a whole building of senior housing because of the amount of discrimination that population faced. I am curious in terms of the response and how we burden shift on real estate agents. I think they're the greatest amplifiers of their customers' bigotries. They're the greatest purveyors and the biggest pushers of discrimination are the real estate agents. And so as far as I'm concerned, is there a way to push back on them legally to require that they give up their data or demonstrate that based off of the market, there's X amount of people of color in the market with X amount of vouchers. How many of them have you housed? How many of them are you planning to house? It seems like your numbers are disproportionately favoring people that are disproportionately not part of our population. Does that make sense? So if you're working in Roxbury, if you're working in the city of Boston, where we're 54% people of color, X amount of voucher holders, X amount of so on and so forth, and you as a real estate agent haven't placed any of them, is there a way to legally require that data to come forward, or to legally require them to represent all people equally. And so therefore placing and hiring and so on and so forth. So those are my questions about burden shift, really, and the other two populations.
So as to undocumented individuals, I'm not aware of a study on that. We'll have other experts to follow me, and perhaps they are. It is a problem, though, anecdotally, I am very, very much aware of. Suffolk has had a relationship with the city of Chelsea for 30 years or so, and we have very, very often seen landlords trying to take advantage of individuals because of their status and put them in lousy conditions and threaten them. And so one cannot discriminate based on national origin. And we have capacity in our office in terms of translators to do the work with the Spanish-speaking community, and we do that day in and day out. And by the way, the contract that we have with the city, as well as our other work, allows us to do audit testing. We don't only do complaint-based testing. We can go out into the market and test randomly and see what's happening. And so these new resources that we have are going to give us a greater ability to do that. Certainly the community you suggest is one, you know, that bears watching. As to comments on requiring entities to produce data, I don't know that, honestly, off the top of my head, but we do certainly have the ability, as I mentioned, to do testing in that way, and we are engaged in testing every day. And I don't want to leave the impression otherwise. We do these studies because they're very important to generate the data, and because of our obligations with Institutional Review Board, because of studies that have been done against, you know, communities where they haven't known they've been being studied, we can't release. We have to keep confidential the names of the individuals we've tested. But we do enforcement work every single day. You might have read in the newspaper there was a case, a single individual that got discriminated against over and over again on the South Shore by different brokers, and we teamed with the AG's office in order to do that case, and that resolved very favorable to our client recently.
I'd just add that I do think the idea of some type of new legislation, kind of information forcing, that's sometimes called an information forcing type of regulation to force brokers to gather data, is an innovative one. And in the housing context, as I'm sure you know, the Home Mortgage Disclosure Act, or HMDA, does that for lenders and has been a really powerful tool. And so you could imagine that as a model.
Thank you. Again, just taking down all ideas for future working sessions and ideas. Councillor Flaherty, we were just asking questions to the first panel of academics and who would summarize the report.
Sure.
If you wanted to quickly.
Yeah, just briefly, just thank you, Madam Chair, for hosting, obviously, for a very important and timely hearing on 3 orders. I know I'm joining a little bit late, but appreciate your efforts, along with the efforts of Councilor Arroyo, Councilor Bach, Councilor Braden, Councilor Savi-George, and Councilor O'Malley for calling attention to these critically important issues. And I'm on the record saying discrimination in any form is unacceptable. I'm happy that we are discussing discrimination regarding Section 8 voucher holders, and more broadly discussing discrimination in the housing market, as well as ways to establish our own municipal fair housing test program to catch and prevent these acts from happening. So, this Boston is we're in an affordable housing crisis, and Section 8 vouchers are designed to be part of the solution. So the intent of Section 8 and BHA adoptions of small area fair market rents vouchers is to help our low income families find housing throughout all of our neighborhoods, and where we could support those efforts, we should. So I look forward to hearing more from the panelists and from the experts, and very sensitive topic to me because I was born in public housing. I was born in the old harbor projects, and I've always paid attention as a citywide councilor to public housing across the city, and Section 8 vouchers is a big part of that as well. So thank you for the opportunity to make a broad-based comment, and look forward to continuing to listen.
Thank you very much. So we've gone through kind of our first set of questions in our first panel. What we're going to do now is go to the second panel. I'm going to announce who is going to be speaking. They'll do their presentations if there are any, and thoughts, and then we'll go right into questions again. After the first round of questions on the second panel, we're going to take a small break, bathroom break for myself and others who may need it, and then we'll get back to work. And then we will conclude with our third panel. The second panel coming up is dealing with what does housing discrimination look like. So we just kind of had a researcher's perspective of it and what's happening with fair housing and a summary of the report. Now we're going to go right into the on the ground individuals who every day are in the fight against this, trying to house vulnerable populations. Part of this conversation is looking at Section 8 discrimination, racial, familial, ADA, and who will be helping us are several folks. We have Kate Bennett from the BHA. She's the administrator for the BHA. She, along with James Jennings, Bob Terrell, David Gleish, and Christy Doyle, who will predominantly be serving as any kind of question answers, if you will. But I think Kate will do a majority of the presenting. Then comes Brunette Bopin Yaramilio and Barbara Chandler from Metro Housing. We also have, I believe, Tim Davis from DND. I'm not sure if there's other folks representing DND, but they are also here. They're on the ground as well. And we have Larry Siemens from Family Aid. I wanted to note we did invite, and we initially had the commitment from Greater Boston Real Estate Board, who I believe they are a stakeholder in this, and the real estate agents are on the ground. Unfortunately, they had to cancel this morning. So we hope that they'll be able to make another session or at least submit a written testimony. So for now, I'm going to turn it over to Kate to do presenting, discussing the discrimination that she sees folks are dealing with in Section 8, and then we'll go on from there. Kate?
Thanks, Counselor. Appreciate it. For the record, my name is Kate Bennett. I'm the Administrator and CEO of the Boston Housing Authority. And I really appreciate the prior discussion and the chance to speak with you all today. Voucher discrimination is a huge challenge facing literally thousands of our voucher holders. And I really look forward to forging solutions with all of you on this issue. Just by way of background, we administer about 12,000 mobile vouchers within the city and beyond, mostly in the city, but also in the suburbs and throughout Massachusetts and other states. Obviously, these vouchers are rental subsidies to low-income families that they can take into the private market to rent units. And we track the zip codes that our voucher holders rent in. And so, we can trace patterns over time. And one of the clear patterns is that many of our voucher holders are concentrated in certain neighborhoods. And a primary reason for this, which we know both from the Suffolk study, but also because our voucher holders have been saying this for years and years to us, is pervasive voucher discrimination. We know that voucher holders face an extensive set of barriers, including structural racism, including systemic exclusion of low-income families, especially families of color, from living where they want to live. And so let me just take a minute to say a little bit about what BHA has been doing on this issue, which goes back based on our own data and our own experience with voucher holders for some time. In July of last year, the Boston and Cambridge housing authorities were pioneers in voluntarily implementing small area fair market rents. And that changed the rental formulas to match each zip code. And so that allows voucher holders the ability to really effectively compete and afford rent in most neighborhoods, both in and around Boston, and that they were previously unable to access. In addition, BHA has implemented the ECHO pilot program, which is run by Bob Terrell, and that is aimed at comprehensive counseling and housing search services to kind of a smaller subset of our voucher population that want to and have expressed to us the desire to move to non-traditional voucher neighborhoods, whether they be neighborhoods within the city or outside the city. We've built really a one-of-a-kind kind of cutting-edge eco housing search tool with the help of Nick Kelly, who's on the call, to help provide information on neighborhoods, on public transit, on schools, and on affordable housing in different neighborhoods that we've been piloting with our voucher families in order to make the housing search process easier. And just overcome some of the informational barriers as well as the financial barriers to true choice. We're also strengthening our landlord recruitment, and I can't emphasize enough how much work I think we have collectively to do on the supply side of this issue. We really need to expand educational efforts with landlords, and we've started to do that with a fair housing training that we are offering to landlords and will be doing on an ongoing basis. And I think there have been some other suggestions today in that direction, which I think really are important. We've also been offering Boston landlords an incentive of 1 month's rent to lease an apartment to our voucher holders. That's unprecedented. And frankly, something we've done a little bit, under duress, because we really, feel those resources could be used other places, but we don't see another way to even the playing field for our voucher holders. We have also created a new position, the Director of Landlord Recruitment and Housing Search, that was recently filled, and we're really glad to have someone on board who can kind of live and breathe the supply side of this equation. And as I mentioned, we're rolling out this property owner fair housing training in the fall, which will be ongoing going forward. In terms of the enforcement side and processing complaints, obviously, despite these efforts, the study and our voucher holders have let us know that there is much work to be done to improve voucher and race discrimination in the rental market. And in response, we've really changed the way we provide information to voucher holders about how to file a discrimination complaint. And we're providing more education to our voucher holders about this. We're also allowing more time to search for housing. If someone is facing what they perceive as a discrimination issue, we're automatically extending their search timing. And perhaps most importantly, we've implemented a new investigation process with Will's group at the Office of Fair Housing and Equity to increase investigation and enforcement activities so that all discrimination complaints forwarded to us are going through our Office of Civil Rights directly to the city for adjudication. And that's really important because we don't really have recourse against these landlords at BHA. The only thing we can do is take them off the program, which is not particularly effective in this case. And so we really want the enforcement entities to be tight and efficient with us in following up on complaints. And so we're very excited about this partnership with the city that we forged. So voucher participants now will have a process that's much easier to file, and it's much easier for the city to follow up quickly. I do want to say, and this has been brought up a little bit, but there are intersecting pieces to this issue that really need to be part of the discussion, namely brokers' fees and credit scores, which I understand are not the subject of the hearing, but I do think that those issues create an opportunity to legitimately, quote unquote, reject voucher holders when the real issue is underlying discrimination. Our voucher holders can't afford the broker and other fees that are in play in these more expensive neighborhoods. The average BHA voucher family earns about $20,000 per year. Average 2-bedroom rent is about $2,500 or more. And so that means families are coming up with anywhere between $5,000 and $10,000 to rent an apartment. That's 25 to 50% of their annual income. It's simply a non-starter. And brokers are really aware that housing authorities don't have funding for broker fees and that it's less likely that a voucher family can pay that full fee. And so it's easy to reject voucher holders even if the underlying issue is discrimination. And it's a similar issue with credit scores. I think Councillor Bach raised this earlier. Candidates are rejected regardless of whether there's a real reason to reject them based on credit scores. And so that's another thing that it would be, I think, worth really having a robust discussion about how we could collectively follow up on that issue. I'll trail off there. BHA really looks forward to working with the council, the mayor's office, all of the advocates on strategies to help address this issue. The original promise of the federal voucher program was to create a widespread interspersing of affordable units throughout many neighborhoods rather than clustering all of them together in developments. And so I believe we can make the city and the state a better and more inclusive place for voucher participants to call home in addressing this issue. And we just stand ready to work together with the council and everyone moving forward. And so thanks for your time today, and happy to take questions at the end of the panel.
Thank you so much, Kate. We're going to go now to Brunette, Opin Yaramillo, and Barbara Chandler. Just wanted to note we've also been joined by Councillor James.
Hi, I'm Barbara Chandler, the Senior Advisor on Civil Rights and Fair Housing at Metro Housing Boston. I'm actually going to be doing a brief statement on behalf of Brunette Jaramillo, who was experiencing a power outage earlier today, just as all her batteries were dying. So she apologizes for not being able to participate, and I'll do my best on her piece, all right? Okay, so from both Brunette and I, thank you very much for this opportunity to talk about this issue. Obviously, for an organization like Metro Housing, we are the largest regional administrator of vouchers in the Commonwealth. We do not just Section 8 vouchers, but the state voucher program, which is the Massachusetts Rental Voucher Program, the Alternative Housing Rental Voucher Program, the Continuum Care Voucher Program. We also administer the RAFT program, which provides rental assistance in emergency situations, and it's been a key player in the COVID crisis. So I go through that whole list is to remind people why we keep talking about Section 8 today. There's discrimination in every single one of those government assistance programs I just said. And since COVID has hit, the City of Boston's rental assistance program to help people with rental arrearages, there's also been discrimination against applicants in that program as well. So this issue is way beyond just the Section 8 program. So, I'm sorry, I just got a message. Okay, I'm sorry, Brunette just messaged me that she's still not able to participate. All right, so we have about 10,000 rental vouchers that we administer in our service area, which is kind of the greater Boston area and a little beyond. We are there to support our clients to get safe, secure, and affordable private housing. That is the whole purpose of every voucher program that is there. Similar to the BHA, we are in the process of implementing a mobile counseling program to see if we can do more landlord recruitment in areas that voucher holders traditionally don't apply for, as well as to counsel those individuals about resources, housing search strategies, all of those things that we can do. We right now have 4,300 property owners that participate in all our voucher programs. And it's important that we increase that number. And it's been interesting under COVID that you would think in this time of economic security, we would have an easier time placing voucher holders in housing because we can guarantee payment. And I have not seen that there's been an increase in accepting voucher holders. In fact, I've seen there's an increase in not accepting the voucher holders. So in 2008, Metro Housing was very concerned about one of the most significant barriers to housing for the people we serve is discrimination. So the Fair Housing Project was formed. The Fair Housing Project does several things. We do systemic advocacy, which means we work with organizations such as Suffolk, MCAD, ACLU, all those like forerunners on civil rights issues, so that we can join together to address the systemic issues. That's one of the reasons that we participated with the Suffolk study. Our probably biggest contribution is the individual advocacy, which Professor Berman referenced earlier. Our goal is to get our voucher holders in housing and to keep them in housing, so that the complaint process, which can take several months, doesn't always address the immediate need. They want housing and they need it now. So our goal is to reach out to those housing providers, the real estate agents, the property management companies who have acted in a discriminatory manner towards our clients, and basically tell them that they have been discriminating and it needs to stop. And the goal is to stop it so that we can get our clients back into the screening process, or to get the unit, or to stabilize them in their unit. We also have to remember that voucher discrimination is not limited to trying to find a unit. It's what happens once they're there. Refusal to correct inspection violations. For people who have zero income, where the voucher would cover 100% of the rent, we have property owners that will refuse to do that. We have property owners who will not renew leases because they just don't want to deal with a voucher program. So this is ongoing, and it's comprehensive. There's not a single interaction that happens with a voucher that doesn't end up being done in some sort of discriminatory manner. Since 2008, we've also had a very ambitious training program. We have been training property owners on their fair housing obligations. We usually do it 3 or 4 times a year. It's a 2-hour training. It's very intense. And we provide technical assistance to property owners. So if they're not sure what they're doing, whether it would be considered discriminatory or not, then they can call into the Fair Housing Project and we will see what we can do to help them out. We provide training to our voucher holders. We, for the last several years, have included a live staff during the briefing sessions. When someone just gets awarded a voucher for the first time, it is mandatory that they sit through a briefing session. So we include a 20-minute fair housing segment where either myself or one of my staff are there to go through what their rights are. We have 13 fair housing fact sheets, and we make sure that our clients have them. And one of them is actually on the connection between government programs and fair housing, so that one has those. We provide those to our property owners as well. Over and over again, this is overwhelming. So I was looking at the last 5 years of the activity of the Metro Housing Fair Housing Project, and 38.25% of all our fair housing cases were source of income. 21.4% of all our cases were persons with disabilities. And of the issues confronting persons with disabilities, it is predominantly reasonable accommodations that have been denied, or people who need reasonable modifications, in other words, a slight alteration to property to make it accessible for them. And we get a lot of calls from persons with disabilities and families who are trying to find affordable, accessible housing. We talk a lot about the affordable housing crisis in the greater Boston area. We need to talk more about the greater crisis of accessible, affordable housing, particularly units that are fully accessible for a person with mobility-related disability issues. So I think I'm going to stop there so we can have more time to respond to questions that people have.
Thank you very much. I'm going to go ahead and turn it over to, I think, D&D. I have just Tim. Is there any, I'm sorry, Tim, is there someone else?
No, it's just me. It's just me. Thank you.
Not that I don't want it to be you, Tim. Come across. I just didn't want to exclude anybody. So we have Tim Davis from Department of Neighborhood Development, and after him will be Larry Siemens from Family Aid.
Thank you, Chairperson Edwards and counselors. I will make my comments really short because this is a really important topic, and I think it's more important that we're listening to some of the solutions. This issue of access to housing for housing choice vouchers, as well as MRVP vouchers, is an important one. And D&D is dedicated to assisting with working with our sister agencies to find solutions, as well as with external partners. I'm mostly here today to listen to public testimony on the topic, but I did want to highlight our most direct role in this conversation. As the recipient of HUD funds for the City of Boston, we manage the Community Development Block Grant, or CDBG funds. Recognizing the ongoing challenges that voucher holders, as well as Black and Brown households face in our marketplace, we increased our CDBG allocation to the Office of Fair Housing and Equity this year. In addition, we made the decision to reallocate $250,000 in funds from the Boston Police Department overtime budget dedicated to housing, rededicated it to the Office of Fair Housing and Equity. These two actions resulted in an 88% increase in the funds over the funds that we normally give in CDBG from our agency to the Office of Fair Housing. So it's almost $1 million that we will be dedicating to fair housing from the sources that we manage for the next year. And I am looking forward to what Will has to say. His office is really moving forward with doing some great work. And of course, listening to all of you and your thoughts on some of the other things that we might could accomplish, both either as an ordinance or as a legislative front to attack this kind of discrimination. Thank you.
Thank you, Tim. Larry?
Thank you, Madam Chair and members of the City Council and sponsors for the time today to speak to the persistent housing discrimination faced by some of our city's most valuable residents. I'm Larry Siemens, the president of Family Aid Boston. For more than 100 years, our agency has been one of the largest providers of services, including housing search, placement, and stabilization for children and parents experiencing housing instability and homelessness. Currently, our agency is supporting 2,600 Boston residents in prevention, shelter, and housing programs. Recently, we have taken on the assessment, housing search, and placement for more than 500 Boston families with Boston public school children who have recently obtained housing vouchers from the Boston Housing Authority. Additionally, right now, we're piloting parallel homeless prevention programs for an additional 150 Boston families who are ineligible for state shelter and seeking it instead at Boston Children's Hospital's Martha Elliott's Health Center in Jamaica Plain and at Boston Medical Center. Over the last 10 years, Family Aid Boston staff have placed more than 2,000 children and parents into affordable housing, many through Section 8 or Mass Rental Voucher Program vouchers, Home Base, and Raft. The vast majority of our families are of color and most often headed by single mothers. Records from our agency, unfortunately, confirm the results of the Suffolk Law School study, pervasive housing discrimination against people of color, familial status, and affordable housing vouchers. That discrimination most often comes from smaller landlords who, according to the Boston Foundation's most recent housing report card, make up 68% of the city's rental market and who may be unaware of or escape the scrutiny of fair housing compliance. We found that 7 out of 10 times our clients have experienced some form of discrimination, from implicit bias to outright racism and fair housing violations. 3 out of 10 times, our families have experienced outright discrimination as they seek a safe and affordable home for their children. Advertising that prohibits use of Section 8 vouchers, requiring rent to be fully covered by earned income, mandating additional application documentation and credit scores, jacking up the rent from the original advertised rate upon meeting our clients, and repeatedly not showing up for needed inspections. Most other times, the discrimination is much more subtle. No response to phone or email inquiries from our agency or from our families. Advertising rents that greatly exceed the small area of fair market rate found in other nearby properties, or using the lack of a lead certificate or other alleged property issues to dissuade a family from renting a unit. Now, our colleagues at the BHA, Metro Housing, Greater Boston Legal Services, and the Boston Housing Fair Commission all have programs to help families address these wrongs and others after they've found a home. But all but one of our clients who have experienced discrimination have not been willing to file a complaint. Only one of our families over the last 10 years have filed a complaint. And that reason is timing and trust. Our families know that the housing system has often not been on their side, and they simply do not have the luxury of time or wherewithal to engage in a lengthy legal process as they struggle to move out of homelessness as quickly as possible. It has been far easier for them to move on to another housing opportunity than to fight the injustice before them. And so Family Aid, like many of our colleague agencies, has had to pivot to work around small landlords' biases and discriminatory practices. Now, if you think about it, it doesn't take much for landlords or their brokers to realize who may be calling or emailing to inquire about a unit when the applicant uses their real name, or when a housing search professional mentions their organization's name in a call or sends an email from our internet address. All they need to do is look up Family Aid Boston on the web to see what we do and who we help. And so our staff often call on our clients' behalf using anglicized names and nondescript generic email addresses to gain a visit to the unit. Once we're in a unit, our staff come armed with additional information to show the benefit of a guaranteed rent, a positive in these certain uneconomic times. We also offer privately funded incentives to landlords, like an extra month's rent, just like the BHA, to encourage them to consider our clients. And we offer to help landlords get a lead inspection or to help improve their property for the certificates they need on our dime. So in order to overcome discrimination, our agency has to jump through many hoops to get our families into housing. And we've been successful, placing more than 60% of our families into housing within a year of their homelessness. While that's among the best rates in the country, it is simply not good enough for our families whose children experience negative impacts within 1 month of arrival to shelter. As a major provider of housing placement services for low-income residents in the city, Family Aid today asks 3 things of the council. The first is to establish the municipal fair housing testing program for new developments for today's hearing. 2, to further advance the development of low-income and extremely low-income housing. Can't be in front of the city council without mentioning that. And 3, to develop a more effective program to educate and hold small landlords and their brokers accountable to meet non-discriminatory fair housing regulations. We believe there are many, many good landlords out there. We also believe that those that are not could be better with more awareness, education, and greater accountability. We believe requiring purchasers of multifamily units to complete a brief educational session on fair housing and a public awareness and education campaign about the economic value of Section 8 vouchers, especially in these uncertain times, could go a long way to help our families. Thank you.
Thank you very much for the incredibly informative presentation from our panelists from panel 2, specifically discussing the issue of what does it look like, what are they experiencing with housing discrimination, and also thank you for some of the kind of leading into ideas about what we could be doing, Larry especially, very helpful, and what we could be funding too. So what I'm going to do again is go through the list of my colleagues. I forgot to mention, after I go through my colleagues, through one round, I will open up if there's anybody here for public testimony to allow for them to speak now that we've been on for about 2 hours, allow for if there's any public folks or if there were panelists or folks who are here just to support a panelist who may want to say something, and then we're going to go to panel 3. So going in order of arrival, I think Councillor Flynn may have had to step off, so I'm just going to do a quick, Councillor Flynn, I think he texted me that he had to leave. So if he's not here, we're going to go straight to Councillor Braden.
Madam Chair, it looks as Council Braden has left too.
Okay.
But she's still, no, I still see her name. I'm sorry about that.
Yeah, I did see your name still, so she may be connection issue. We'll come back to you, Councilor Braden, if you wanted to get back on. Councilor Bach.
Hi, Madam Chair.
Oh,
sorry.
I knew you were still there. I knew you were.
Thank you. And thank you to everybody for testifying. I think if I had not become a counselor, I would have been in this hearing on the other side of the table for the BHA. So I won't send too many questions that way. But I'm really grateful for everything that the Housing Authority is doing and that Metro Housing doing and Family Aid. I guess one question I have, and Barbara, it's kind of a BHA Metro Housing question, and I don't mean it as a criticism. I mean, I'm soundly in the small area fair market rents camp, and I wish that Metro Housing were in a position to do that too. But I wonder if you could speak to a little bit, like I'm thinking about the fact that we've been running a natural experiment for the last year where we have one voucher agency that's doing fair market rents and one that's doing SAFMRs modified. And so I wonder if that could tell us something about how often our voucher holders are bumping into a price constraint versus all these discriminatory issues we're talking about, and whether you guys have gotten any sense of that from what you're seeing on the ground.
Okay, so let me just explain why Metro Housing Boston does not do the small area FMRs. We do not receive our vouchers directly from HUD. The Massachusetts Department of Housing and Community Development receives those vouchers. They set up their own admin plan, and then they subcontract to the regional administrating agencies, for which Metro Housing is one of them. So we follow what DHCD determines. The rents, I will say, the FMRs, the standard FMRs, I don't see those as the major problem. Yes, there is, in a tight market, the FMRs are never as high as you need them to be. But I don't see that as the major barrier that stops people from being able to get housing. There's some room for negotiation. There are some options that HUD offers. For instance, one of them is to go 110% of the FMRs, which Metro Housing does routinely. So while I think, you know, FMRs can always be higher, I don't see that as the major barrier that's keeping our clients from getting housing. However, urban myth always seems to overpower reality. And so many housing providers, and not just the small landlords, but some of the larger property management companies, believe that the FMRs are incredibly low. So they're saying no even before you get to the point of saying that, yes, your rent is within the FMRs. So that's the importance of not necessarily education, but outreach, is to make sure that all these property owners, these housing providers, that they know what the FMRs actually are, so that they can see that it's not as low as they believe it to be. Did that answer your question?
Yes, no, that's really helpful. And I guess the one other question I'd ask, Madam Chair, is just, I mean, I think we've heard today a bunch of our providers sort of echo the issues that were described by the academics in terms of credit checks and brokers' fees, and just the fact that if you don't have somebody helping you navigate this process and overcome all these invisible barriers, they're going to trip you up. And so I just wanted to give any of the folks here the opportunity, if there was you listed a bunch of things that we could do, if there was particular takeaways that you want the council to take in terms of city level interventions, what should we most be focused on? What do you feel like really makes a difference?
Obviously, it's getting information out there and making sure that the information out there is accurate. My experience from having been at Metro Housing as long as I've been there is that there are the majority of housing providers who are intentionally discriminating. But there's a significant number of housing providers who don't understand fair housing, and that's not just small property owners. I've spent a considerable amount of time having very lengthy discussions with corporate attorneys for large property manager companies explaining what fair housing is and is not, and how their practices are not allowable. So, you know, part of it is to push back on those kinds of things, to make sure that the information is out there. I also believe that networking among all the fair housing organizations and the housing authorities are important. The BHA is doing some really good fair housing work. Metro Housing obviously is doing some good fair housing work, but we are surrounded by housing authorities that ignore their fair housing responsibilities. They're not providing information out there. They're not recruiting. And when it comes times to pull everybody together to network so that we can affirmatively further fair housing on a larger geographic scale, these players are missing. And some of them are small, but that still doesn't excuse them. So I think the city should be using its power to take a much more regional approach to fair housing. I know the city's been pushing that on creation of affordable housing opportunities, but I think the same concept needs to work on the fair housing side. And we need to encourage all these housing authorities to have a fair housing presence, whether it's duplicating what the BHA does or it's duplicating what Metro Housing does. They need to have something, because as you know, Larry had said, most of the people who are being discriminated against that we're dealing with don't have the time to go through a complaint process. They're already dealing with so much stress in their lives that the stress of a complaint process is something that they don't want to touch. So we really do have to look at that up front. How do we prevent this from happening? How do we support people through that? And it has to be done regionally.
Thank you. I'm actually going to go ahead and go on to Councilor Arroyo, who's next.
Thank you so much, Madam Chair. I want to pick up on, I believe it was Larry who said that in his experience, folks who he's had who have been discriminated against haven't actually gone through the process of, you know, going through court for either time or trust in the system. And aspect of that really, I would love to see what solutions we could do potentially to this. I really don't think that burden should rest on the person who's been discriminated against to then do the labor of holding them accountable. I think that's what government should be doing in this role. And so if we can find a way municipally to do this, if there are suggestions that anybody on this part of the panel has on how we can actually shift that burden so that that person isn't using their own resources, so much of their time, going through that process to fight discrimination that's happened to them, which I just want to, as a person of color who has fought against discrimination, I just want to be very clear that it's re-traumatizing, generally speaking, to have to go through a process of discussing and talking about discrimination against yourself and having to have people believe you and do all of those steps. And so I know you know better than I do the process as it exists right now. My question to you is, because you have that experience, what are ways in which we can protect those who have been discriminated against from that re-traumatization, from that drain of their time and their resources to do it themselves? What are ways we can step up as a government agency or as a government in general to create programming or use what we already have to address that better? That's for anybody, but I know, Larry, you brought it up.
Sure. Thank you, Councilor. You know, I think there's some merit to the recommendation of Councilor Meha about some easy type of way to notify a city agency of an issue of discrimination, and yet not put the onus or put the bearance on the person who's filing the complaint. So perhaps there's a way, and I think one of the other speakers had mentioned this, is connecting the testing program, right, or some other way to test the potential alleged violators of discrimination practices that take the onus again off the applicant, but put it more on the test itself of the broker or the landlord.
Yeah, I completely agree. And I think that, as the counselor said, we just have to make it much easier for tenants to register complaints and have the burden of that be followed up by the agencies involved. When we went to look at our own process and our own intake forms, we dramatically simplified things as a result of the Suffolk study, and I thank them for that, because we weren't making it easy enough, and we don't. I think all of the agencies involved, including on the city side, at the authority, we don't want to be a pass-through of this subsidy. We want to be an agent of change around this issue. And so we just, every entity has got to think about specifically how to alleviate that burden from the resident. I appreciate the point.
Thank you all for that. And I look forward to trying to figure out solutions for that, because I think that is incredibly traumatic, and also it takes time and resources and adds stress and pressure to folks who are already under incredible stress and pressure. So that's something I certainly want to look into. So thank you all for that. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. I'm going to go to Councilor Sabi George, but I do want to acknowledge Bob Terrell, you raised your hand. Was that to directly answer specifically what the city can do, or is that
Yes, okay. Madam Chair, it is. Just want to remind folks that once that mechanism is used with either the Fair Housing Commission or the MCAD, and they institute testing to get further evidence, if they find that there's reason to believe that there's probable cause that discrimination has occurred, they're already empowered to initiate what we call a commission-initiated complaint. Fair Housing Commission or MCAD can bring their own complaint immediately if they find actionable evidence as a result of testing. And the reason that's important, that really speeds up the fair housing process, and it brings people to account in a much faster fashion. And it is a mechanism that isn't used very often. I think if we started using it more often, folks would get the message that it doesn't take 4, 5, 6 months to adjudicate one of these complaints. They can move it, in fact, much faster.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Bob. Councilor Sabi George and Councilor O'Malley. Councilor Campbell to follow.
Thank you. Thank you, Madam Chair. Again, thank you to everyone who's here. I have a particular interest in some of our families who are experiencing homelessness. And I don't know whether it's Larry or even Kate that could talk a little bit about the impact of, walk us through the process of a homeless family in particular who's looking for housing, applying for the voucher, securing housing, and how does that, sort of the challenges that our families face, how is that compounded by the experience of homelessness in particular, and how are we working to support families in that particular situation? And I'm sorry, I should have taken this meeting from somewhere else other than my house with my children trying to figure out school and all of that. So I apologize for being somewhat distracted in and out of this meeting. Thank you, Madam Chair. This maybe for Larry or Kate.
Thank you.
I mean, what I would generally say, and then I'll turn to David or Bob at BHA for more specifics, but, to state the obvious, a family in that situation does not have the wherewithal to take on a discrimination complaint. They are concerned with emergency needs, and, calling in and of itself, calling 50 landlords to come up with a couple of units that they can actually see is in and of itself, enough of a barrier. But to add on that, following through, even when they know that they've been discriminated against, I think it's just too high a bar for it. It's too much to expect anyone. But let me ask David or Bob if they want to add any specifics on our end.
I would just say David Gleish from the Boston Housing Authority oversee the voucher program here, but I would just say that as Kate mentioned, even for non-homeless families, the barriers are really insurmountable when you want to move in terms of looking for units because of all the issues that folks have mentioned previously. And so, if you're looking outside of the small group of Section 8 landlords that are regularly participating in the program, it becomes very difficult for somebody to educate the landlord about the program, get past whatever screening requirements they may have. And some of them are now automated kind of screening requirements that will kick you out, based on low credit. And so our families are just continuously running up against that wall. And then, for our voucher holders to try to explain the program to somebody who can much more easily deal with a private market tenant, and not to mention the financial barriers. There's just so many things that a voucher holder has to do, and then compounding those things with homelessness, meaning that somebody is really just looking to get out of the shelter and find a home. They're gonna find the first opportunity that becomes available to them, and not necessarily the one that they really want to go to and go through a fight to get there. So I think it just, there are a lot of compounding factors with finding a home.
David, if I could just ask you quickly, I do want to hear from Larry on this, but the incentive program that our office worked with BHA and D&D on, are we looking to extend that incentive that we're offering to landlords as an opportunity for them to be exposed, have a different appetite around vouchered families in particular?
So we, and the incentive program's been great, and I think it has afforded us, some opportunities to find homes for voucher holders. It was really funded through the CARES Act money that we were given in April, May, and so once that money kind of expires, we won't have the ability to continue funding that initiative. So I think, we typically just don't receive enough funding to provide a landlord incentive on a regular basis. There may be a way to provide kind of a very targeted incentive in the future, but not to the budget that we have right now.
Just a few other comments. Thank you very much, Councilor, for the question regarding what we're doing for families. I'm not sure the council is aware of this. Right now, there are 1,000 vouchers within the BHA that Family Aid and our colleague agencies are working to put in the hands of homeless families or unstably housed families. 1,000 vouchers, many of which are going to expire on December 31st. So we're in a mad rush actually get vouchers in people's hands. And as many people know, once the voucher's in someone's hand, then the BHA has an opportunity to extend the amount of time it takes families to actually get into housing before the vouchers expire. And I would say, just to take a moment to thank the BHA and the Boston Public Schools, the three agencies, our three agencies, along with several other agencies, are meeting every week to work through to accelerate the process to get the vouchers into families' hands. And we're making great progress. On average, it's taking less than a month from the moment a family's referred to us from the Boston Public Schools to actually getting a voucher in their hands. And it's been a tremendous amount of work with staff from the Boston Housing Authority working overtime on weekends to process all the applications that we're submitting. So that's really great news. The issue is actually the housing stock itself. There simply isn't enough. And we're working with the BHA and the Department of Neighborhood Development, and Councilor, some of your staff on your team is helping us organize with D&D to organize to get to landlords and let them know what's going on. I think while we're doing that, we're utilizing the rental incentive that David and you had mentioned. Family Aid has raised private money during COVID to put towards that as well. And we're counterbalancing landlords seeing green versus seeing the color of the skin of the applicants. And I think that is the challenge before us, right? We're trying to counterbalance concerns with the economic concerns people have to try to get in front of them. And we're staffing up. We've hired 10 employees to help bring through 500 families as quickly as possible. But again, time is not on our side. And some of the barriers we're seeing are the discrimination barriers that we've just discussed. And I think any way that we can somehow accelerate the process as our families move into the housing search process starting in January would be incredibly helpful. A public awareness campaign so that landlords see more green than color of skin, I think would be incredibly helpful. In some way to help us expedite, to Bob's earlier point, expedite concerns about some of the landlords so they know that someone's paying attention to the issues of discrimination here in the city.
Thank you. I'm going to go, Councillor Sabi George, I'm going to go on to Councillor O'Malley and then Councillor Campbell and Councillor Mejia.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. And I will keep this brief. I'm looking forward to hearing some of the folks for public testimony. So, you know, thank you to panel 2. I appreciate how you've really sort of helped bring clarity to current protocols, procedures when an applicant would face some discrimination, you know, be it Section 8, racial, familial, ADA, et cetera, as well as ways that we can better sort of share our trainings and briefings with an individual, a landlord in this case. So my only question, and you can give me a very brief answer, although it's a more complicated question, is that, you know, we talk about what the city, there may be barriers in terms of city policies or procedures to make it difficult to test or make it difficult to really address some of this blatant discrimination. So are there any ideas that come off the top of your mind? This may have been sort of touched upon when some earlier speakers were asking, but can anyone sort of think of some specific city policies that inadvertently may act as barriers to address these, that as we talk about what our next steps are, we can certainly address? So thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you all.
I'd like to start off because one of the things we haven't talked about is the city's responsibility to affirmatively further fair housing. And the city and D&D can answer this more detail than I can. But the city is in the process of finishing a report where it's going to be listing all those barriers to fair housing opportunity. And some of those barriers will include some of the policy issues in the city, identifying policies that may impede full fair housing opportunity, but it will also identify things in the city, policies, programs, procedures, whatever, that actually increase the access to fair housing opportunity. So that's something that, you know, everyone in the city council should be very much aware of and know what that report is all about, because while it's going to end up being a good instrument for instance, to move forward, it's also something that would be good throughout other city departments as well as the city council to give you some sense of what does that fair housing world look like from the perspective of city government's responsibilities, and that allows you to build further. It does have an advisory group which is comprised of advocates, so that partnership between the advocates and city government is extremely important, not just in doing this type of report, but in implementing that kind of report.
If I may,
that's helpful. Thank you, Barbara.
If I may interject, Councillor O'Malley, and I see James Jennings has raised his hand. Just to respond to Barbara, the task force has actually worked exceedingly well with my office, and specifically putting out their report, their suggestions, and also in helping to craft the city's affirmatively furthering fair housing zoning amendment, which will require as we build. And I wanted to address that in my line of questions later on about how I think we can marry the two policies. But I did want to acknowledge that work. And I do see that James Jennings has raised his hand, but the task force, my office and the city has been listening a great deal and working together to affirmatively further fair housing. James, if you would like some brief response as well.
Yes, thank you very much. I just want to endorse, can you hear me?
Yes.
Yeah. Oh, good, okay. I just want to endorse very strongly what Barbara just stated. We moved from very important specific Section 8 anti-discrimination tools to the big picture policy. I think whatever tools we come up with have to be consistent with the context we're dealing with. And certainly the need for the city's fair housing to be comprehensive, enforceable, measurable, I think is critically important. I think there are three components to an overall strategy. And by the way, in terms of this first component, I think the work that is being done in ensuring that our zoning court incorporates in a very substantive way fair housing is just critical. And if we don't do that, down the road, we're going to continue to have the same kind of conversation. The second component of an overall strategy is ensuring that we do deal with the racial and spatial inequality that we have in Boston, and not just in Boston, but in the greater Boston area. Someone mentioned earlier the wealth gap. That also has to be connected to how we want to reduce the problem of Section 8 discrimination. And then the third component is, of course, we're in a midst continuing, and it might get worse as a result of COVID-19, of gentrification and displacement. Someone mentioned the lack of affordable housing, for example. This has to do with gentrification and displacement to a certain extent. And so as we move on strategies to reduce, eliminate Section 8 discrimination, we also have to somehow connect it to the big context. And I would propose that these are three components of that big context. Thank you.
Thank you. And I see Tim Davis, you've also raised your hand. After Tim goes, though, I'm going to go back to the counselors, which will be Councilor Campbell, Mejia, myself, Councilor Flaherty, and then Janie. Tim.
Yeah. Thank you, Barbara, for your comments and bringing up the Affirmatively Furthering Fair Housing Plan, and for Professor Jennings for your work on that plan, as well as your comments. We are in the last stages of finalizing such a plan, and because this has been also driven with consultation with people in the community, and because many of the things that have been discussed here today were things that we have known about even before the release of the Suffolk report. There are a number of those things that are within that plan, including looking at brokerage issues, looking at education issues, looking at CORI and credit issues. Those are all very important. And I'm looking forward to finishing that report with the community and then releasing it. And it very much will build, and this meeting itself will help us to build that final document as well. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilor Campbell, if sorry if she may have left actually.
No, I'm still here. Thank you. And I know for the sake of time, I think there's another panel after this, right?
Correct.
So, okay, and so I'll give my time to those folks. I feel bad when people have to wait hours. So I just want to thank this panel and the administration for the level of detail. And Kate, I always appreciate your candidness to say, hey, this is what I think we're doing well, but we can always do better with respect to A, B, and C. I know we have worked quite a bit in partnership on families that need immediate placement after an incident of violence, which of course we're always thinking about how do we develop a strategy and a plan across every single stakeholder we could imagine to respond to those families' needs in the midst of a crisis like that. So I appreciate you, Will, Bob, you're just everyone from the administration with respect to the work you're doing. One of my questions had to do with the timeline, the plan that Barbara and Professor Jennings were talking about. So Tim answered that. So thank you. Looking forward to that. And I just took a lot of notes on the specific things we can do. So I'm looking forward to the working sessions in moving the needle on all of these things, because like Professor Jennings just said, it's not just about immediate placement in terms of housing, keep people in stabilized housing. The racial wealth gap for an individual, for a community, for a family, it's all interconnected. So thank you, Madam Chair. I'll give any time to the next panelists.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Councilor Mejia.
Thank you. I'll be quick. I'm just curious. This question is for Kate, bouncing off of Councilor Sapi George's question. Can you talk a little bit about your incentivization plan? How many landlords have taken up the 1 month's rent offer, and how much money is left in this incentivization program? And then I'm also curious to know how BHA logs complaints about voucher discrimination, and what legal or punitive pathways do BHA clients have? And then I have two questions for Barbara. So Kate, if you could just quickly answer those, then I can just move on to Barbara.
Sure. I'm going to ask David and Christy to quickly answer the first and second question. Thanks. David, in terms of what we spent on incentives.
Sure. So far we spent more than $300,000 in landlord incentives, and that's a little bit behind. So we're probably closer to 400 at this point, but we have budgeted aside $1 million. And that was really until the end of this year. So we have quite a bit more incentives to pay out. And then, once we get through the calendar year, we can look what budget we have left and see how far we can make that stretch.
Hi, this is Christy from the Boston Housing Authority Office of Civil Rights. For a voucher holder to file a complaint, they just need to contact the Office of Civil Rights either by phone or the website, and I can supply that information directly to you if you want it, readily available to give to constituents. And we have a quick intake form. And then now through the new memorandum of understanding we have with the Boston Office of Fair Housing and Equity with Will, we will take all the information regarding the complaint and get that to Will as quickly as possible, generally within one business day, often sooner, so that they can start investigation and adjudication. And will talk a bunch more about that, I think, in his presentation next.
Okay, thank you. I'm going to move on in the interest of time to Barbara. Can you talk to me a little bit about what neighborhoods in Boston the rental vouchers are located in? Do you have a number for each neighborhood? More sense just to see where most of these vouchers are landing. And then besides telling housing personnel that they are discriminating on voucher recipients, what legal powers do you have to punish bad actors?
Oh, punish, I like the word. Okay, so most of our vouchers are in the city of Boston itself. And then, short of that, we've got a significant number: Cambridge, Somerville, Quincy, whatever. But in the city of Boston, due to the effects of redlining that we're still dealing with, the majority of our voucher holders can be found in the neighborhoods of Roxbury, Mattapan, Dorchester. So that whole wealth gap, that whole racial segregation history, it just limits where people end up. So you're going to find very few voucher holders in communities and in neighborhoods that are predominantly white, but you will find the majority of them again in neighborhoods that are the predominantly Black and brown into families.
Yes, having been a Section 8 voucher holder, I know that to be true. But what I also find that it's also really important for us to note is that during the white flight in the early 70s, it was created, I think, and this is what I heard growing up, is that this voucher program was created so that folks who no longer wanted to live next door to us can rent to us, and then they moved off to the suburbs. And this is where the cycle of segregation continues to rear its ugly head here in the city of Boston. But can you just tell me a little bit about how you're going about punishing these bad actors? Like what are you doing?
Okay, so we're not a government agency, so we don't have enforcement authorities. So part of it is the networking that we do. So let me talk systemically. So for instance, over the last year, Metro Housing was hearing from our voucher holders that the application procedures had become quite burdensome. Someone had already mentioned this, where security deposits were demanded as an application fee. We saw cases where holding fees as high as $700 were being put in place. We knew that this was going to be a violation of the state source of income laws, but we also suspected that it was going to be a violation of the state tenant and landlord laws. So we reached out to the Massachusetts Attorney General's office and Suffolk University Law School and said, we're seeing this pattern emerge. So we worked with them. First of all, they did a lot of legal research because I'm not an attorney. So they did the legal research. It backed up what we were hearing from our voucher holders. And in the summer, the Attorney General's office released guidance on this very issue that we now can distribute to property owners and to tell them, don't even think about doing this. Pairing off of that, the Attorney General's office did take action against some of the property management companies that were engaging in this practice. And so there were some settlements that came out of that. So our relationship with Suffolk and the Attorney General's office, I sit on the MCAD advisory board, that allows me to funnel systemic issues through there. And as a result of that, when we do get clients who are willing to file complaints, it's got the full support of Metro Housing because we're documenting what's going on. The other thing that we do sometimes on just the individual cases, because we're trying to resolve the issue. So we contact the housing provider and say, do you understand under Massachusetts Chapter 151B, you can't say we don't take vouchers. We see if we can resolve it. If they don't resolve it, then we are working with our clients to encourage them to file complaints. And because our staff talked directly to these housing providers, we're documenting our conversation. So it backs up what the client has said. So that strengthens the ability of the government investigation and enforcement agencies to have a stronger case, because it's not a he said, she said. It's not an independent organization who the very same thing was said to them, even after it was pointed out that this was discriminatory. So that's the way we handle it.
Thank you. Thank you. Councillor Mejia, just in terms of, we still have 3 or at least 2 other councillors to have questions and another panel. Are you okay with us moving on with? Or
Absolutely. I can wait for my turn for the next round. Thank you.
Thank you. So I just had 2 points to make in my brief remarks. One, going back to things the city could be doing and that we might consider. So in the affirmatively furthering for housing amendment that we're still drafting, I do think we are looking at having Section 8 vouchers being one of the things that developers should consider adding additionally and being conscious of. I know I can speak to my work in Charlestown, specifically with One Charlestown, the large development redevelopment. I spoke with Kate about this. There's 100 or so voucher holders who will need to be placed in Charlestown, or that's our fight to keep them in Charlestown, though they may not be on campus on the actual 27 acres or so of the campus. So one of the things I encourage my district city councilors and at-large councilors to do, if there is a large development coming into your neighborhood, my support is conditioned upon them being welcoming to people with Section 8. How many units? I can, making sure that they're partners in the community. We can push as politicians in ways that some of the city staff cannot. So I'm encouraging city councilors to be out there and to be the advocates and demand space, especially as new units are coming online. It's a little harder in the existing units and the triple deckers, but the new units have no excuse. And we as city councilors they come to us for our support. They come to us for our thoughts about mitigation. They come to us for everything on IAGs. I don't know why on earth we wouldn't be in their face saying, I see you're putting in, or you want to put in 20 or 30 or 50 or 100 or 10,000 units. You need to demonstrate a plan to recruit, to retain, and to have people with Section 8 vouchers in these new buildings. I would also put it to the city to consider that as a zoning amendment for new places. It is part of our affirmatively furthering for housing, but I mean an outright requirement going forward that new buildings have a certain amount of Section 8 units reserved. So we can look at the legality of that. And then finally, I just wanted to highlight the great work of councilors Campbell and Counselor Janey already working in this space specifically to outlaw credit discrimination. That, and just to kind of plug in, that hearing is next week, or is next week on October 20th. For those of you who are interested, they have already filed an amendment to our human rights just anti-discrimination code of the city of Boston to outlaw credit as a credit discrimination in the city of Boston. So our human rights code is already very progressive and has categories, protected categories well beyond the state. So we're on it as the city council. So I wanted everyone to know, and I wanted to thank again Counselor Janey and Counselor Campbell for already leading in that space. That hearing again is Tuesday, October 20th at 1 p.m. in my committee for government ops. So hopefully everyone will show up and we can take that immediate step right away and making sure that credit checks are not a form of discrimination in the city of Boston. So thank you. That's it for me. Counselor Flaherty may have, I think he already stepped. And then Counselor Janey. And then we're going to take a look for any public testimony, take a small break, and then we will finish or go on to our next panel.
Thank
Counselor
you.
Janey.
Thank you so much, Madam Chair, and it's been a great discussion. I did join late. I want to thank you for that plug on the credit check. That is certainly important and it impacts housing in our city. My very first apartment I got with Section 8 voucher, and I know how that was as a young Black single mom looking for an apartment, and how difficult that process was. And just a few years ago, also participated in a testing program and saw on the back end in my much later on, 20, 30 years later, discrimination, very subtle, happening there. So I think this conversation is important in that we make sure that we are coming up with specific solutions, because there are a number of items in front of this body in terms of legislation that what we could take those suggestions and build it into that legislation. So I'm not going to go into questions here, but rather let us get into the public testimony and to the next panel. And I will apologize now that I will have to slip off. I'm not sure I'll be able to make it for the entire panel, but this conversation is important. And so we'll be following up to make sure that we have all the information and all the solutions that we need moving forward as we put forth legislation. So thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you to everyone who has presented on the panel today.
Thank you so much, Council President Janey. So I did see some people had signed up to do some public testimony, and I wanted to, because they've been waiting for about 3 hours now, to give them an opportunity if they're still here and waiting. Excuse me. We had Zoe Cronin from Greater Boston Legal Services and Alex Ponte Capellan from City Life Vida Urbana. I wasn't sure if either one were on in the wait list. I'll just check real quick. Don't see either one here. I do see other folks in the wait list as well, or excuse me, also online. I can go ahead and call your names and see if you had something. If you're with one of the speakers, you can also note that too. I see an Andrew Espinoza, a Catherine Larena, Michael Chin, and a Stephanie. I also see a Chill, but I'm not sure who Chill is. Any of those individuals wanting to give or make public testimony? They might be with somebody then. So I just wanted to at least acknowledge them here, see if they had something to say. All right, as promised and as quite necessary, I'm just going to take a 5-minute break. It's 3 o'clock now. A 5-minute break. Please get back on at 3:05, and then we'll just go ahead on through. Okay? Hello? I'm gonna see if we'll get started soon. Just check real quick. Folks, if you can hear me, just thumbs up. Okay, great. All right. So we're going to get started with our third panel of the day around the specific issue or question of what can we do and specific policy solutions. I think all of us are very excited about having this comprehensive conversation. We are going to have Director Will Onuoha from the Fair Housing and Equity Office of the City of Boston speak, as well as Professor Berman from Suffolk. He will go into some of the policy solutions in his report. We also will be joined by, and I see that they signed on, I called their names earlier, Stephanie Thorpe, who is the Civil Rights Testing Program Manager of the Office of Civil Rights for the City of Seattle. And Michael Chin will be helping to answer any questions that she has specifically. He's also an enforcement manager at the City of Seattle's Office of Civil Rights. And also we are going to be joined by Fred Freeberg, I apologize, Fred, if you can correct me when you speak, who is the Executive Director of the Fair Housing and Justice Center Incorporated. So this is beyond exciting to really talk about what we can do. I know all of the counselors are happy to learn and to see what we can do right away to counter some of this discrimination. So I will go ahead and kick it off with Director Onuoha.
Thank you. Thank you, Madam Chair, excuse me. And good afternoon to all the counselors. Good afternoon to you, Madam Chair. Good afternoon to Madam President. And good afternoon to all the city councilors. I really thank you for this opportunity to have this portion of the conversation, because I think there's an extremely important conversation that we need to have. More importantly, one of the things I will say is that I hope that what everyone had heard and what they had learned about in the first presentation by Professor Berman, I hope that it disgusted you. I hope it saddened you, shocked folks to their conscience. But more than that, I hope it has provoked you to action. Housing is the single most social determinant to health, wealth, employment, education, financial status, safety, and transportation. And this office is responsible, first of all, we are the substantial equivalent of HUD. We are the enforcement arm of the city that deals with housing discrimination. And I think before I continue, it's important for folks to understand that fair housing is civil rights. Oftentimes when you hear fair housing, people think about it in the scope of affordable housing. And yes, affordable housing is some of the intersectionality that does happen with it, right? But fair housing is civil rights. And I need folks to put on their civil rights lens when they're dealing with this issue, because fair housing is the bedrock of our civil rights foundation, all right? Beginning with the 1968 Act that was passed. So Fair Housing Act. And so since July 1, this has been a really interesting time for us, because we have really hit the pavement working. We've always been able to investigate fair housing or discriminatory cases in housing for the 14 protected classes that are protected under state statute. And what we normally do is we deal with cases on a one-to-one basis or a case-by-case basis. If anyone has a complaint or feels like they've been discriminated when it comes to housing, as long as they fall into any of the 14 protected classes, we take on that case. We do the enforcement, we do the investigations, and then we do the enforcement. That is what this office has been charged with since our inception in 82. In any event, so beginning in July 1 of this year, obviously you all saw the article, and it was a very damning article. And the article, in my opinion, it didn't tell us anything that we didn't already know. But what it did do was show irrefutable evidence of something that has been happening to people of color and to voucher holders in the city of Boston for a long time now. Something that has created insurmountable odds that bars people of color and people with Section 8 vouchers from a basic human needs such as housing. And so one of the things we have done is, the first thing we've entered a public-private coalition with a number of public-private agencies in order to combat this problem. First, we have signed a new investigatory method with the Boston Housing Authority. We had a really wonderful conversation with CEO Kate Bennett, Bob Terrell, and I believe the head of civil rights, Kathy Doyle, and their legal team. We engaged in a really robust conversation that has now created an opportunity that anytime they have, or any of their voucher holders report housing discrimination, that those cases are turned over to us, that those folks are referred to us immediately. And what happens is that we do what is called a commission-initiated complaint, meaning that we as the city of Boston, this office, the Office of Fair Housing and Equity, is the complainant, especially if the complainant doesn't want to move forward. We become the complainant, and we, as long as we have the appropriate information and we work with the Boston we work with the Boston Housing Authority to collect the necessary evidence, and we become the complainant for the complainant, or for the person who has been discriminated against. Back after when this article had come out, we had sent letters to Suffolk University and the Boston Foundation asking that they turn over this information to us. Because of educational and FERPA laws, we were unable to obtain it. Meaning, and by the information, I'm talking about the information of who are the real estate brokers, who are the landlords, who are the property owners, who are the brokerage firms that were engaging in this discriminatory practice. Again, due to FERPA laws, we were not able to get it. So what has happened since then is we have contracted Suffolk Law to do the testing for us. Beginning this October 1, Suffolk has started, and I won't reveal too much of the investigation because I can't, but what is happening is that we are retesting that entire test sample and more. So all those real estate brokers, all those landlords and companies that engaged in the discriminatory practices that Professor Berman laid out in his presentation in the first panel, we are retesting all of them. And we are going, and more, and we are going to do commission-initiated complaints as they come in, meaning that we are going to be the ones to seek enforcement against all of these bad actors. After we receive that information, we are also drafting what is called an annual report. In our annual report, this is a report that we are going to turn over to a number of public-private agencies that have entered this coalition with us. So just to mention a few, for all of them actually, we're turning it over to the Attorney General's Office, MCAD, LCR, which is Lawyers for Civil Rights, the BHA, HUD, Greater Boston Real Estate Board, and the Human Rights Commission. And the reason we are turning it over to them is after we do our own enforcement, it is important for them to also take up other prosecutory measures, because all these other agencies have the power to do so, particularly the Attorney General's Office. Because as you can imagine, things like this or this type of discrimination leads to a desperate impact. The Attorney General has absolute power over that. And we've been in conversations with them. They're very excited for this. And we believe that given what might come out of the testing results that we are doing, we will be able to see that. Also, some of the things we are going to do is we will turn this information over also to the Boston City Council, to the Globe, and to the Banner, because you as a city council has the right to also seek certain enforcement measures yourself. You can call anyone before you subpoena any landlord or group of individuals before you, and also engage in sanctions. What has happened, or what will be happening over the next year is, and I'm going to turn it over to Andrew Espinosa, who is the Director of Investigations within my office, to talk about a little bit of the enforcement. But what's going to be happening is that we will be engaged in secret testing, as you know, as Professor Berman laid out in his presentation. We will be engaged in it, and we will take that information as they're coming in, and we will be prosecuting and enforcing the fair housing law against all these actors. Before I get into that, I will just turn it over to Andrew for a moment before I talk about other things that we are also doing. And I'm gonna let Andrew come up and talk to you a little bit about the enforcement methods that we are employing.
Hi, everyone, members of the council. Thank you again for letting us speak here on this important issue. My name is Andrew Espinosa. I'm the current Director of Investigations for the Office of Fair Housing and Equity. I just have a few talking points. A lot of them have already been discussed by Professor Berman and Will, but I will go down my list just kind of describing the project, the testing project that we're going to be doing with Suffolk in direct response to the July article. So basically, as was previously discussed by Professor Berman, Suffolk has their housing discrimination testing program, which is what's known as a Fair Housing Initiatives Program. It's FHIP, whereas our office is a Fair Housing Assistance Program, FHAP. So Suffolk HCTP, through their status as an FHIP, they do testing and other projects that is kind of like a preliminary investigation. And then there's other agencies like our office, MCAD, and HUD that then do more robust investigations and enforcement actions based on what happens either through testing or through our normal complaint intake process. Suffolk has been, the Housing Discrimination Testing Program has been around for, I think, approximately a decade. Our office, BFHC, has had a partnership with them since their inception. If we get notice through intake or other means that there is a landlord or realtor that is engaging in discrimination, but we don't have enough information or we don't have a specific complainant to come forward to us to file the complaint, we have, over the course of the last decade, sent a number of targets to them for testing. And a number of those targets, after testing that come back positive, they've referred back to us, and we initiate, commission-initiated complaints based on that testing. As was already stated, however, this has been relatively rare, and the use of commission-initiated complaints hasn't been as commonplace in the past. For our current project, we've contracted Suffolk, using that money that came from the police overtime budget, at least a portion of it, we've contracted them to conduct dozens of discrimination tests based on voucher and race. I think it's going to be upwards of 60 tests over a maximum period of 12 months. For each test, as Professor Berman described during the first panel, they're going to be using race and voucher testers who will then contact a landlord, a realtor, a leasing agent, or some other type of target and basically act as if they're interested in applying for housing. If the target, the realtor or whoever does something that makes it seem like they are engaging in discrimination, even if it's this kind of covert discrimination, discrimination with a smile, however you want to call it, those tests will be said to come back positive. And they will refer those cases back to us for an investigation and then, where appropriate, enforcement actions. The counter to that is that if a test comes back negative, then it won't be referred to us. Suffolk, as I understand, will be testing targets multiple times. The more positive tests on one target, that means the stronger evidence that we have going into the investigation that could possibly lead to a probable cause finding and subsequent enforcement. Based on the July study, we're expecting a majority of the tests to come back positive. This was, as Professor Berman mentioned, based on the fact that 71% of the race tests came back positive during their study then. I think it was 86% of the voucher tests came back positive for discrimination. So we're expecting out of the 60 or so tests that we're going to be doing over this year-long period, we're expecting that to turn into a majority of those into investigations, and then possible enforcement after the investigations ended. During the investigation, so not just at the end of the investigation, but also during the investigation, to the extent that we're able to, we plan on sharing information about the parties and targets we filed complaints against with other members of this public-private coalition, but especially the attorney.
I think we've lost sound.
Apologies for that. Those agencies will be able to determine whether, concurrent to our investigation, if they want to look into those entities separately and bring their own actions. Also, the second step to that, as Will already alluded to, would be that after the end of the investigation, for cases where there's a probable cause finding, we're also going to be able to share those results with those same agencies. So if they were unable or uninterested in following up during the investigation, if they see that we've found probable cause and we've affirmed through the investigation that discrimination likely occurred, they can then reevaluate to see if they want to take separate enforcement action, or in the case of LCR or another private legal organization, they could potentially step in and decide to represent these complainants if it's not a commission-initiated complaint. Because through the testing project, it's going to be commission-initiated complaints, but then also complainant-initiated complaints for ones that are brought in through Suffolk that way. As Will also mentioned, we're going to be compiling the bad actors into a report at the end of the project, kind of like a name and shame tactic. We want to share this report widely, especially with the city council, who can do with that information what the council wishes. And our ultimate goal beyond this first year would be to make this partnership with Suffolk a yearly endeavor. We currently only have the funding for 1 year, but if there was a way that the funding could be made available on a yearly basis, we would love to have this be an ongoing partnership with Suffolk, where we have not just our normal intake investigations enforcement process, but we have the separate testing partnership that's generating a lot more cases for us, a lot more investigations, a lot more potential enforcement around these very pernicious issues that affect our city. And I think that's all that I have for my specific comments. So thank you again. I'll turn this back to Will.
Thank you so much for that incredible summary. Hi, Will. Sorry.
Hi, Counselor. How are you?
Well,
also,
thank you.
Another thing that's important to mention here. So we have been in conversation with the Greater Boston Real Estate Board, and I believe it was Councilor Arroyo that asked earlier if there was ever any evidence, and I could be misquoting, but pretty much along the lines of, is there any evidence of any of these real estate boards or associations ever taking any kind of enforcement measures against members of their organization? And I'm going to tell you very simply, the answer is no. The answer is no, because they've never been required to, okay? And if you think about it, it is, in many ways, it's counterproductive to them. It's not to say that they won't do it, but it's just to say that we have never ever held on a state level folks responsible for fair housing violations. So that brings me to my next point, which is we are currently working with the Greater Boston Real Estate Board to make sure or see if they can institute some kind of enforcement against any one of their members once we once we publish the list of bad actors, once we make it public. We're currently in conversations to see if they will take any enforcement. By enforcement, we're talking about sanctioning them, whether monetarily, suspending membership, and also requiring them to do fair housing training before they can be reinstated or reactive or what have you within their organization. We are in ongoing conversations about this. We are working through it. Currently, the Office of Fair Housing and Equity is pushing legislation through the Mayor's Office of intergovernmental relations to refile a bill that went to the State House, I believe in 2018, on the same issue, on making sure that one, fair housing, or better yet, the real estate board makes it mandatory for all real estate brokers and licensees, in order for them to have their license, that they go through fair housing training with an organization like the Boston Fair Housing Commission, MCAD, or any other FAP, Fair Housing Assistance Program, that can provide the training so before they can obtain their license. And when they go to renew, that they also have to do an additional 2 hours of training in order to obtain their license, or to be, to renew their license. Another thing we're asking in our legislation is that any real estate broker or licensee that is found engaging in discriminatory practices, that it is mandatory by the state that they are sanctioned, that they are first given a monetary sanction, and then their license is suspended. And upon a second reoccurrence or third reoccurrence, that their license is permanently revoked. I know it sounds harsh, but these are the kinds of methods and the kinds of efforts that I sincerely believe that the city and the state have to engage in if we're going to make housing discrimination history. If we are going to we're going to eradicate it and abolish it. These are the kinds of things I sincerely believe that we have to do overall in the Commonwealth to make this happen. So without going on too much longer, I will open it up for questions, because I know many of you may have questions, and this is the part of the conversation I think that most folks really wanted to get involved. Well, all of it, but really have some thoughts and solutions.
Thank you so much. So we're going to go now to Professor Berman, who's going to discuss some of the other proposed solutions he had in his in the report. So if you could just kind of summarize what those were. I think we've heard from the city about the partnership now to enhance the Suffolk testing program in a private-public partnership. But I think there was a legal task force mentioned by Councilor Arroyo. There was lots of other little things. So Professor Berman, if you could kind of break those down.
Absolutely. So I'm going to do this quickly because we did speak about many of these in the initial panel, and I'll just go through as a list, and if people are interested in pursuing any particular one, just please ask. So first of all, and I think Councilor Flaherty mentioned the idea of additional study. So the policy should be data-driven, and additional data is something that we should always be mindful of and continue to pursue. Obviously, increased enforcement and the steps that Director Onua and Attorney Espinosa described, I think, as I said before, a very strong step in the positive direction, and we are increasing our capacity to do enforcement in the city through this partnership. Increasing penalties for brokers who discriminate, and the director just spoke briefly about this. And as I mentioned, our public records request suggests, to the Division of Professional Licensure, suggests that the system is essentially broken, and that statute could be rewritten in a way to allow it to be easier to refer to that board so that they could open up investigations and actually remove licenses. And right now, the MCAD is the one that has to do it, and it's only 60 days suspension for the first offense, and then second offense with 2 years, 90-day suspension. So it's very minimal, but right now it's not happening. So people are not fearing that will happen to them. We mentioned the possible exception to the wiretapping statute, eliminating brokers' fees for tenants, increased training for brokers, requiring that brokers and landlords give fair housing information to tenants like they're doing in New York now, including in all housing authority administrative plans, a provision that allows for an individual to get an extension of time to use their voucher if they can show they've been subject of housing discrimination. On a national level, which is nothing that's going to happen anytime soon, having source of income of a protected class under the Fair Housing Act would be something that would be beneficial. But I'm going to stop there, and I don't want to take up any more time. If people have specific questions, I'm happy to take them.
Thank you so much, Professor Berman. We've also been joined by Stephanie Thorpe from Seattle, Office of Civil Rights from Seattle, along with Michael Chin. Stephanie, are you there?
Yes, I'm here.
Excellent.
Thank you.
Thank you for joining us, by the way.
Thank you for having us here today. So my name is Stephanie Thorpe. I'm the Civil Rights Testing Program Manager for the City of Seattle's Office for Civil Rights. And we are a city department responsible for enforcing the city's non-discrimination laws in housing, employment, public accommodation, contracting, and we enforce the city's civil rights protections around fair chance housing and eviction records and other ordinances as well. So SOCR enforces these laws through claimant-initiated complaints, director-initiated complaints, and we conduct outreach, training, and technical assistance to ensure compliance. We have over 18 protected classes and civil rights protections in the city. SOCR consulted with the Fair Housing Justice Center and Bendick and Egan to assist in developing the testing program. In 2017, Seattle City Council voted to create a housing and employment testing program to identify discriminatory practices. Since the inception of the program, we have conducted testing in housing and employment, made connections to build relationships with community organizations around testing work, and developed ways to be flexible as we strive to serve our community members. This presentation is gonna just focus on housing testing, since my understanding was that is the main focus for today. So we all know the traditional limits of addressing housing through, or addressing issues that only come into your office or call on the phone or fill out an online form. We've always tried to ask ourselves, how do we utilize the testing program to increase ways that we can reach community members and address barriers to housing access? So our testing program sits in the enforcement division of SOCR, and we've conducted tests via phone, email, and in person. We recruit and train the testers who work with this program. Almost all of the testers are trained actors. Some of our testers have been with this program since its start in 2017. And we conduct tests using matched pairs where the two testers go to a single property. In specific cases, we can use a single tester. They may conduct a test when we're not comparing the experience of two groups, but we're looking to see whether requirements of the laws are being met. We've built our process keeping in mind that any one of our tests may result in investigation. As such, our design and training must provide that each test and tester hold up under such scrutiny. We look at our data from a qualitative, not quantitative view. We're looking at how are barriers to access showing up? How is bias playing out in these interactions? With our testing program, we work to broaden our reach beyond investigation to engage with businesses as they are crucial gatekeepers to rental housing and provides a means to address community concerns. We saw opportunity to engage with businesses and provide resources and assistance with complying with our current laws. With this in mind, we've developed the following pathways for use with our testing data and our engagement. The first is to monitor the effectiveness of our civil rights laws. The second is to identify bias and microaggressions from the test. And the third is to take enforcement action where needed. The options we have for enforcement action are investigation, compliance letter, and technical assistance letter. And I'll address each of those. Investigation, a test may result in investigation, which is the most familiar method. In this event, if a test would move to the investigation process, the charge is brought by our director using what we call a director's charge. It's a lot like the process that we heard just the previous panelist talking about, where the office is the complainant. The tester becomes a witness in that process. For compliance letters, in tests where it appears that the violation of the law may be due to a lack of understanding or training, for example, we may choose to engage the business with a compliance letter. And these letters notify the business that there's been a violation and they have 30 days to engage with us and meet compliance requirements that we detail in the letter itself. There's also a requirement that at least one employee in that business attends the Fair Housing for Landlords training that we are a part of. The letter provides that if they refuse to comply or ignore the letter, we may review the test again and determine whether to move it to investigation. The letter asks businesses to reach out to me. In my conversations with them, I go over the purpose, the law at issue, the reason they received it, and the requirements. But I view this interaction as the start of a conversation. It's not the end. In my experience, almost all of the businesses who've received the letters reach out to me. They want to know what happened. They want to know what to do. They have questions. I have yet to speak to a business that is unwilling to comply. All of the businesses I have spoken to have been receptive to this process, and many have actually expressed appreciation that we have this mechanism available. A single letter can result in one person being trained or over 90 people from a single housing provider being trained. The other option is called a technical assistance letter. And this is a letter that we may send to businesses. It's a softer touch where we've seen a red flag in our results. And we're encouraging them to reach out for further training. And we do give the training as a resource option to those recipients as well. So we've developed these processes to try to provide additional options for community members to access our office and our laws and give more flexibility to enforcement. To provide Seattle businesses with a point of contact, resources for keeping up with housing laws, especially in times when we know that they seem to be changing a lot. And additions are made where crossing city lines can make a huge difference in the requirements. For potential tenants, the testing program and these letters provide us options to take in information from community that they provide us and use it to educate and address potential barriers. We take community tips that come to us and we may test them if possible. A community tip can come to the testing program where someone has witnessed something or something happened to them, but they don't want to file a complaint. They want us to know about it and address it. In our relationship with community organizations, we've also been informed of what the organization is hearing from its members about the experiences and their access to housing. So with our testing program, we've tried to reach the information that doesn't come through the office door, basically. And we are here and happy to answer questions. Thank you.
Thank you so incredibly much about the breakdown of how the city of Seattle has created and kind of moves through the process and also how it receives complaints. I think this is incredibly informative as we look like we're in the process of creating our own version here in the city of Boston. So I understand, Mr. Chin, you're kind of supporting in terms of asking if we have questions, you guys will be answering them together. Okay. Just making sure. I didn't want to skip over you. Before I go to Fred now, Fred Freiberg. Again, I apologize for the pronunciation. Executive Director of the Fair Housing Justice Center, Incorporated.
Madam Chair, you actually got my name correct. It's Freiberg. My name is Fred Freiberg, and I'm Executive Director and co-founder of the Fair Housing Justice Center, a regional civil rights organization based in New York City. First, I want to thank Councilor Kenzie Bach for inviting me to participate in today's public hearing of the Boston City Council's Committee on Housing and Community Development. I have submitted a written testimony to the committee, and my goal today is to try to provide just some brief oral remarks that will summarize my written testimony. You all had a long day. I'm the last speaker of the day, so I'm going to try and be as brief as possible. Just a little bit in terms of my professional background, I've been working in the fair housing enforcement field for 44 years. I've supervised more than 12,000 testing investigations in 20 states. Personally participated in more than 1,500 tests, and I've been named as a witness in over 400 fair housing cases in state and federal courts around the country. For nearly 8 years, I directed a national testing program for the Civil Rights Division of the U.S. Department of Justice that I helped to establish in 1992. And most recently, I consulted for 3 years with the media outlet Newsday on the largest journalistic investigation into real estate sales practices conducted in the nation, the results of which were released in November of 2019. I think to better appreciate why testing is so critical to the enforcement of fair housing laws, it's really important to understand how housing discrimination has changed over the years. And because I've been at this for more than 4 decades, I've seen that change. When I first started in this field, it was not uncommon for home seekers, particularly African-American home seekers, to encounter a slammed door or racial remarks made directly to them when searching for housing. And that image of a slam door is how we originally thought about housing discrimination, but you have to replace that image today with a revolving door where people are sort of politely escorted in, out of, and away from the desired housing. And it happens in a polite and courteous manner and in such a subtle manner that most consumers are unaware that they've been discriminated against. And that was actually borne out in the recent Newsday investigation where they did 84 paired tests of real estate agents. And only on 1 test did the minority tester have any idea or inkling at all that they were being discriminated against. Everyone else was completely oblivious to the fact that they had been treated differently than the person they were matched with on the test. That is how housing discrimination occurs today. The reality is it happens so subtly, and violators today have learned to conceal their illegal conduct to elude detection and prevent a complaint from being filed. The number of housing discrimination complaints, in fact, received by government agencies really bear little resemblance to the number of acts of housing discrimination that occur on a daily basis in our metropolitan areas. When no complaints are filed, of course, no enforcement action results. And if no enforcement action is taken, the illegal discrimination simply continues. It's my view that we will never eradicate systemic racism or other forms of systemic discrimination in the housing market if we maintain a purely complaint responsive approach to fair housing enforcement. It's also my personal belief, as has been expressed by others today, that the burden of enforcing fair housing laws should not rest entirely on the shoulders of those who continue to be victimized by this pernicious discrimination. Just a brief bit about the testing program that my organization runs in New York. We have one of the strongest testing capabilities of any private fair housing organization in the nation. We have 5 full-time investigative coordinators or test coordinators, and we employ on a part-time as-needed basis about 180 testers, mostly professional actors, who have been trained to participate in undercover investigation. It's an incredibly diverse pool of people who collectively speak 28 languages. So we have the personnel who can really go out and investigate these complaints and also systemic forms of discrimination. We use state-of-the-art technology in our testing program to aid us with targeting areas of interest and housing providers of interest in our systemic investigations. And they also assist with documenting our test results. All of our tester contacts, telephone calls, and visits are audio recorded and in some cases video recorded. So, and I'll come back to that issue. There are 5 challenges in my testimony that I identified that your committee may want to consider in deciding where the best place is to invest monies to start a testing program. Having directed testing programs in both nonprofit and government agencies, I have a rather unique perspective on some of the challenges faced by both types of organizations. If you were to fund the city of Boston to operate a testing program, I mean, here are a few of the challenges I wanted to highlight for you. First of all, is there sufficient political will to commit the level of resources needed to really institutionalize a testing capability as part of a robust fair housing enforcement program? It really doesn't make sense to conduct testing if there's no plan to use the test results to forge effective legal challenges that will really change the policies and practices in the housing market and stop future discrimination. Over the years, I will tell you, and my friends in Seattle can attest to this as well, I've worked with a lot of local and state government agencies to create and operate testing programs. And most attempts, though not all, as evidenced by Seattle's presence here today, have failed because they've fallen prey to changing political, financial, and/or enforcement priorities. And that's a sad commentary. The second challenge is acquiring a large, diverse pool of testers. A lot of government agencies are not well equipped to do that kind of hiring that's necessary in order to get that kind of pool of testers. Government hiring practices sometimes preclude that type of hiring. So that becomes an issue for a good number of government agencies that attempt to implement testing programs. And I've had experience with a number of them that ran into that as being the major obstacle. Of course, finding professional staff who have expertise and experience in coordinating testing investigations for enforcement, and I stress that. No one obtains a degree in fair housing testing. That we know for certain. The most talented practitioners it's been my privilege to work with over the years have been individuals who developed the expertise over time. They've learned through trial and error, and they've often been mentored by people like myself. And most work in private nonprofit fair housing organizations. There's also issues regarding the geographic scope of the testing program. Can it cross, housing markets are not defined by municipal boundaries, as you know, and testing program needs to have the flexibility to work across jurisdictional boundaries to investigate complaints of discrimination and systemic patterns of discrimination as well. And finally, and I put it as the fifth for a reason, because I know your committee can't address this issue, at least not squarely, and that is that ensuring test results can be properly documented to provide the strongest possible evidence has always been my goal. And I have been using recorders in fair housing testing since 1979. And I can unequivocally state that the ability to record telephone calls and in-person contacts between testers and housing providers makes all the difference in the world. Now, Justin Steele was correct in saying earlier that you can run a testing program and you can be somewhat effective without the use of recorders. But I can tell you that you are exponentially more effective if you have the ability to record. So the only thing I would say here, is to the extent that people in the city have contacts with people in state government, if there's any way to carve out an exception to that two-party consent requirement, it would be worth it for any testing program that starts in the Boston area. After the brutal murder of George Floyd, the Minneapolis police chief was asked what people could do to document lawless behavior of some police officers. And he responded, quote, record, absolutely record. Now, please notice, he did not say write a detailed narrative. The ability to record and document unlawful discriminatory conduct is an essential tool in the arsenal of fair housing enforcement, and certainly among organizations in the other 39 states. So I want to conclude. I first of all applaud the City Council for recognizing the need to conduct fair housing testing on a regular basis. In deciding whether to make an investment in a city agency to operate that testing program or to mandate that the city contract with a private nonprofit fair housing organization to conduct the testing, there are many considerations. I would urge the council to carefully weigh your options and proceed with an approach that assures the most strategic use of scarce public resources to create an effective testing capabilities. A few months ago, following the murder of George Floyd, Kareem Abdul-Jabbar wrote an op-ed in the LA Times and included the following quote that I'd like to end with as a parting thought for all of us to ponder, because it applies to systemic racism in housing as well. He said, quote, racism in America is like dust in the air. It seems invisible, even if you're choking on it, until you let the sun in. Then you see it's everywhere. As long as we keep shining that light, we have a chance of cleaning it wherever it lands. But we have to stay vigilant because it's always still in the air, unquote. Testing is the most effective way to shine a light on continuing discrimination in the housing market. And training testing coordinators to use testing to uncover discrimination, I often tell them, if you can illuminate it, you can eliminate it. Let me conclude again by thanking the committee for the opportunity to provide this testimony, and I'm of course happy to answer any questions. Thank you.
Thank you so very much. we're going to go ahead and go right to questions of colleagues, and the questions can be directed to anybody who just spoke or put out there for anyone who spoke before. We're going to really try and hone in this set of questions on the possible solutions and ideas about how to combat housing discrimination. So we're going to go ahead and go right in order of arrival. So as Councilor Flynn's not here, we're going to start with Councilor Brady.
Thank you, Madam Chair. This is a question, earlier on I heard that there was some mention of, we cannot take your voucher because this unit will not pass inspection. Surely we have, landlords are expected to pay a fee to register their apartment, and they're supposed to be inspected periodically. I don't understand how that can be used as an excuse for not accepting a voucher when every rental apartment in the city is supposed to be inspected on a regular basis. Can anyone speak to that question?
Yeah, Madam Counselor, you can't. That's not something that's not an excuse. If someone used that, our office would automatically open up an investigation into said landlord. That is not an excuse at all.
Thank you. And then back to the issue around training for realtors. The issue seems to be that it's a sort of a carrot and a stick approach to this that we can use. And really the issue of identifying training needs and ensuring that in order to be registered as a licensed realtor, that they have to have completed the fair housing training, and then that when they go to recertify, they need to have completed further renewal of that training to be recertified. Is that not the case right now, or is it just something that's been skimmed over?
It's my understanding that is not the case right now. There's a bill that went to the State House about 2018 and made it to the House floor for that, but I'm not sure the reason why it didn't pass, but it didn't pass, and it's one that we are looking to refile, but also re-amend with additional asks from the state. For example, as I talked about, stiffer sanctions or sanctions being attached to it for any real estate licensee holder who engages in discriminatory practices of any sort, that they get a fine for that. And then if there's a second occurrence, they're facing but not only another fine, but suspension and even possibly permanent revocation of the license.
And then also in just the bureaucratic procedures involved with the Section 8 process. One thing I've heard from people in the industry is that the Section 8 process needs some work to try and make it a little smoother, so that realtors won't, like, they may be straight out discriminating, or they may just not be prepared to deal with the bureaucracy around the processing of the voucher and the application process and the delays that are involved with that. Is there any way that we can streamline that Section 8 process, or is that dictated from the federal level?
And Councilor Braden, since after this one, would that be our last question? Thank you.
I think that might be a question for Metro Housing, perhaps.
I think so. I think the question again is about the efficiency of the Section 8 voucher. Oftentimes you'll hear people say it's too complicated, or the application takes too long, or I don't think my apartment applies, or whatever the excuse is about the efficiency around it. And wondering, honestly, if there's a way to make the process smoother, faster, more efficient.
Hi, this is Christy Doyle from the Boston Housing Authority. David Gleich, the director of the Section 8 program, had to go off and go on to another meeting. They are constantly analyzing the BHA processes within the Section 8 program to streamline, make more efficient, make user-friendly. Again, we always have room to improve, and there are certain regulatory requirements that we have to meet, but I can tell you that we actively analyze and are continuing to analyze ways to make the program more user-friendly, with an emphasis towards customer service and streamlining. And again, we're always open to any feedback, and we work with outside entities also to try to find new innovative approaches to assist our clients.
Thank you.
Yeah, thank you.
Councillor Bach.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And I really want to thank this panel. I want to thank Will. I'm so excited to hear about the set of things the city is jumping in to do. And I'm also really grateful to Stephanie and to Fred for being here. And just, you know, it's obviously not a great situation that we all have to do our hearings on Zoom, but it is a definite silver lining to be able to bring expertise like this in from around the country. So really grateful for that. And I guess I really want to focus my questions on the ways that our endeavor in Boston, which is really just starting out. And I think about that, you know, extra money in the budget for this year that's enabling that MOU to be kind of a first step, a pilot, as it were, right, towards something that I think, to Mr. Freiberg's point, really, you know, needs to have sustained financial support from the city and a really long-term framework. So thinking about this year as a pilot year, I guess my first question would be, Stephanie, if you could just speak to, I know that Seattle started out, I think, with a external contract and then has shifted to this internal model. And so if you could just speak a little bit to that and what made you guys do that and how you solved the issues that Mr. Freiberg brought up about kind of having a diverse pool of on-call, you know, testers, like how you handled that from a kind of city staffing side. And also maybe while I'm asking you a question, just also whether you've been able to measure at all, whether the folks who come in for the trainings, when they get your various compliance and nudge letters, whether they've been doing better after the fact, if you guys have any data on that front.
Yeah, thank you for the questions, and hopefully I catch them all. To the first one, our office has been involved in testing, I think, for like a decade. I think it was about a 10-year run where we did contract with other organizations in the state who would do the testing, and we would review files. And I'll let Mike expand on that because he has more experience with that since I joined the city when this program kind of came around. But to your other questions, which around the compliance, were you asking, like, do we track training and things like that? Oh, sorry, you're on mute.
Sorry, just whether after, I mean, obviously the hope would be that you sort of train, and the combination of being scared by realizing that someone's watching, and then also the training that people receive then causes these landlords to behave differently, right? And their workforces to behave differently. So I'm just wondering whether there's any concrete evidence that that's happening, or just anecdotal evidence, or kind of how you guys track that.
Yeah, that is something we will be tracking. The compliance letter process is one of the newer things that we've brought in, but I do track who receives it, and it does not mean you won't get visited again. And when we do assign, I look and see whether we've been there before, and also whether they received any kind of enforcement action, whether it was even a technical assistance letter. I'm tracking those as well. So I don't have numbers on hand since it's a newer process, but it is something we are doing. It is part of our process to loop back to measure whether that is being effective and the mistakes don't show up again. And then I'll let Mike address the the prior and the switch that the city made.
Yeah, absolutely. So first of all, just to give you some history, we've actually have worked with two nonprofit organizations very similar to Fred Freiberg's organization in New York City called the Fair Housing Center Washington, as well as the Northwest Fair Housing Alliance. And both of those organizations are on two sides of the states, and we have utilized them to do testing for us. Most of the tests that we had in the past were primarily in-person and phone testing. And those were the options at the time when we actually did contract for testing. One of the considerations that we looked at was the city of Seattle looked at was number one. And I think Fred actually really did an excellent job kind of framing some of the considerations that the city council should consider, whether having an in-house program or a contract with a organization similar to the Fair Housing Justice Center or something that's similar in the Boston area, is really to think about like what are those cost benefit analysis to see whether it makes sense to hire an FTE to be able to do the coordination. Fortunately, one of the things to also think about is really capacity. I think that one of the things about the Fair Housing Justice Center, when they had mentioned they have over 100 testers in multiple languages, is that there's some program limitations about what we can do in the city of Seattle. But in terms of testing, that has been kind of something that we know is extremely important because the enforcement model that we have in place in the city of Seattle is a proactive enforcement model. We don't just respond to complaints we received from our intake and investigations. We also receive complaints where we actually are proactively looking for discrimination, which is exactly what Fred Freiberg's organization does. They get information from communities. They test when they hear of things that are coming up, and they verify whether that's actually the case or not. One of the things that I think, and I actually have to just say kudos to Stephanie, because Stephanie started as a consultant. And one of the things that we did was our first year is we decided to hire a consultant to see whether or not this was even feasible for the city of Seattle. And when we found out after that 1 year, and Stephanie was a consultant at that year, she worked very closely with Mark and some other testing organizations, as well as the Fair Housing Justice Center in New York City, to really think about like what is that model that we can actually build, and can it be effective and sustainable for the long run. And fortunately, our program has grown into a much more stable and much more effective testing program. And so one of the things that the reason we decided to go in-house was a couple of reasons. Number one, if you have sustainable funding and you actually have the resources and community partners, is because one of the things is that I think that and I'm not sure if Fred may be able to speak to this, is that when we found that when there was testing done by a civil rights enforcement agency, like a government agency, it got a lot more attention and a lot more traction to a lot of housing providers in the city of Seattle to respond to us when these things were happening. So that was one of the things, there was some leverage in the community to really look at this. Number two, because we don't have a Fair Housing Justice Center in the city of Seattle, it was actually in Tacoma and in Spokane, which are on opposite sides of the state of Washington, we were actually be able to respond more quickly to those issues, those community tips, and to build relationships. So when we looked at our testing program, it wasn't just to test whether or not there was discrimination happening in the different regions or the different geographic areas in Seattle. It was also to really take it another notch and say, how do we build relationships with our existing partners to identify and work closely with communities who are most impacted by discriminatory practices, for example, what was cited before, housing choice voucher holders or other protected classes. So that's kind of gives you some history as to why the city of Seattle really wanted to put more emphasis in proactive enforcement. And that is really something to really reflect on, is really, is this the, do we want an organization to be proactively responding to and looking for discrimination, or do we just rely on just receiving complaints? Because what I've heard in the community is, even though, number one, folks don't know if they're being discriminated. I think Fred mentioned that very, very clearly. I can go in and to an apartment building, say, I'm looking for a place to rent, and someone says, sorry, this unit's not available. I'm gonna take their word for it, right? But if someone else goes in, who's a different protected class, who might be white, goes in and experiences that same thing, that housing provider may have a very different response and say, hey, actually, we do have a unit and we have multiple units and we also give discount rates. We also, give you all of these benefits of renting that may not be afforded to other folks of color. So I'm sorry to make this a long answer, and I hopefully answered it.
No, that's really, really helpful. Madam Chair, are we going to have a second round? I'm mindful of time, but
no, we're not going to have a second round, and we still have another 6 of us to ask our first questions in this round.
Can I just make a comment for the director then? I won't send a question his way, but just to say that I hope this can be the start of a dialogue across these different, these prior folks have done it. And also I just really want to underscore, because we haven't talked about it much, how important I think that consortium of partners is, because actually a big part of enforcement is fear. Like a big part of it is that people have to know they're going to be held to account. And I remember that when Seattle came out with this action from their Office of Civil Rights, we were hearing about it across the country, and it clearly made an impact on the landlord community there. And I hope that what we're setting up right now is that kind of proactive enforcement that we can really give a loudspeaker to. So thank you so much, Madam Chair. Thanks for your indulgence.
In response to your question, Christy Doyle had raised her hand. Christy, are you still available?
I am. I was just hoping Seattle could give Boston a number so the counselors had an idea what, like, sort of, the budget for some of their work. I think it might be helpful.
The amount that we receive in our budget for testing?
Either for the enforcement arm of the Seattle Office of Civil Rights, or what the seed money was for the testing, anything basically, like, because I don't think anyone's talked, to really told the city councilors how much, you guys spent to make this whole thing happen, where the money came from, that type of thing. It just might be helpful for a quick.
Yeah, so we are funded by the general fund. And the testing program has, and I'll let Mike correct me if I'm saying this wrong, but basically a line item in the budget for OCR is for testing, and money kind of specified for it. And I believe in the past it's been around 150. I'll let Mike answer that question. But yeah, we're general funds. We don't seek any additional funds outside of that to run it.
I'm happy to answer that. So, from our budget budget sheet, we receive one FTE, which is Stephanie's position, to do the testing coordination, and $150,000 is given each year to do employment and housing testing. Most of the work that we have been focusing has been mostly on housing. That money, if we divide up that $150,000, about $50,000 is usually for an assistant to help Stephanie basically coordinate some of the testing. And then Stephanie does an amazing job. I think probably every year with the assistants, I'm able to do over 200 tests each year. The other $100,000 goes to our community partners, who actually help to do some of the administrative payroll as well as coordination for our testers. So very similar to the model that Fred described, we do have community actors who participate in our testing program, and we have and they are paid directly through the nonprofit organization.
Yeah, and we do also have some money put toward outreach events around testing. So events with our community partners who are also working in areas of bias and housing access and discrimination in employment. So some of that money goes to those as well.
Thank you. Just going down the list, Councilor Arroyo.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And so cognizant of time, I'm going to try and get into all of these things. One thing I just want to make clear is we talk a lot about education. And, I don't think that this is something you can educate out of folks. And what I mean by that is when somebody is showing up to an apartment and being told, all right, thanks for coming. And then a white individual is showing up to that apartment and they're saying, hey, we got extra units that we don't show everybody. It's not because they don't know that's wrong. I don't think you can educate that out of them. What you have to do is scare that out of them. And you have to create enforcement that makes that not something that they're willing to risk. And so my question about this is less so about how we can educate them to do that and say, hey, racism is wrong, stop doing the racism thing that you're doing. It's more so about how we actually enforce it. And so I have a question for Professor Berman. On the whole, how expensive was your study to conduct? And you can ballpark it if you don't have an exact number.
So the study was around $150,000 to do the study.
Okay.
And so that it happened over, the testing part was a little over a year. And of course it was 200 testers. And then there was a period of time where the report, where the data was analyzed and we wrote the report.
And that's all part of that 100,000?
150,000.
Okay, and in that,
but I should say, having said that, the money ran out, and we worked for a long time on it afterwards because that's what we do. So
thank you for that.
You know, it didn't cover the cost of it, and analysis group gave their work on a pro bono basis, and that in and of itself would have been multiples of that cost.
Okay, and so when we talk about that though, how many actual, units and housing in terms of thousands of numbers, how many listings did folks address and get in touch with throughout the course of that study?
So that was 50 different housing units sending 4 testers to each unit. So 200 different testers, 4 who went to 50 different units over a period of about a year or so.
Thank you. And now my question is,
I should say, I'm sorry to interrupt, but I should add that we also have a robust testing pool, and we have about 250 testers, and we can test any protected class. And the fact that we do this kind of academic study also ensures that, you know, because we're training new testers whenever we do that, that our pool is large and remains robust.
Thank you so much, Professor Berman. My next question in relation to that is for the city. If Professor Berman and Suffolk University can find the funding and the money to keep year-long tests that actually do the job of tracking these cases, of making cases, frankly, they've made cases. I recognize they can't use this, but if the city did this, we would be able to then enforce, if we were doing this every year, if we had a set office that did this, whose whole job was to make anybody who is actually listing an apartment, who is a real estate broker, who is doing this work, to actually be afraid that the person who they're speaking to could report them, could be the city, could have the pockets of the city, could be there to actually enforce the discrimination they're doing. And I'd like to see the city do that, because I don't believe, and you can correct me if I'm wrong, I don't believe we have an organization set up whose whole job is to do this year round and is doing this kind of work at this scale. And so I'd like to see us do that. And so the last part of this is also, I guess, for Professor Berman, but also for Christy Doyle or anybody else who wants to get in on this. I am very serious about finding ways we can address broker fees. I think that they create real gateway issues, and I want to look at all of the legality about that. In other words, is this something that we can address on a municipal level just in the city of Boston if we had to, or is this something that has to go through the State House? And there's a number of questions there. I don't know whether you will know it or not, and I'll have my team do it. But my other question is, broker fees are sort of in your face. People see it, they know it's a thing that stops you from doing it. And it's something we should address. Is there anything that I don't know or any of the counselors may not know that you encounter in your work that we should also address getting rid of, or that is a barrier like this to non-segregated housing, that is segregating our housing, that is making it harder for people of means to get in, things that we can actually dismantle or start to work on dismantling other than that? And I'll cede my time there. I want to just thank all of you for that. But if you could just answer that question, beyond just broker fees, are there other things that we may not be aware of that we should also focus on dismantling that serve as barriers?
I would say,
go ahead, Will.
Go ahead, I'm sorry.
You want to take it in order? There was the issue of brokers' fees, and then there was the city setting up the program. So broker's fees, who wants to take that on and the power at the municipal level to control that?
Well, as far as broker's fees, I think that that's something we would have to have more discussion and more study about. And I definitely respect Councilor Arroyo's position and his question on it. I don't, I haven't heard that one before, and I'm only speaking for myself. But that is something to look at. And the second part of his question that I think that we should also look at is quarries. Quarries are a huge thing that, and I know that this is going to be controversial, but I do know that quarries are one of the things that bars a lot of Black and brown people from housing.
Correct. And just to add to that, specifically, it's the definition of felony in coming into public housing. I don't know if anyone else is on from BHA specific. I know that they were lowering that bar at BHA to make sure that we didn't exclude somebody from reuniting with their family, especially if they were returning citizens, and how we were doing that with federal dollars. So I don't know if BHA is still on that. That was a city policy. D&D is still on here. That I remember having that conversation at D&D, is how we were redefining the criminal background and what the check finds, especially when it came to our young people, young sons coming back in to be with usually their mothers and their fathers in BHA public housing. I don't know. I guess no one else is on there, but I do want to okay.
Sorry, Councilor Edwards, it's Christy again. And Robert Terrell is also on here from Boston Housing Authority. But we have been working on that issue, and we continue to work on that issue, both in the admin plan and then just the case-by-case analysis and the bar. So yes, we are. And regarding barriers, that we would say brokers fees, credit checks, quarries. I think folks, those are the three big things. And then if Robert Terrell is still on, he has 4 decades of experience in the fair housing. He might want to add to that list. And we're happy to be involved in any working groups on these individual issues where we can dive really deep into the mechanics of it with regard to BHA.
Thank you. And we will actually, just further Councilor Arroyo's leadership on the broker's fees issue. This is something he's been very passionate about. You have my word, this committee, and whatever you need, this committee or GovOps committee, Councilor Arroyo will be happy to assist you in amplifying, and if not, eliminating them. So not amplifying them, amplifying the issue and eliminating them, okay? Sorry. Bob has raised his hand.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Just 2 quick informational points. About 3 years ago, the Fair Housing and Equal Opportunity Office at HUD issued some guidance around Corey. We should take another look at that and see how that applies to our situation in the city of Boston. They were particularly concerned that Corey might be having, and we all probably believe this, is having a disparate impact on people of color. So I think we need to look at that directive and see what we make of it. Also in the press about 3 or 4 months ago, it was announced that the city of Boston had established a special task force to look at broker fees. So I'm curious to know, where is that task force today? Are they still meeting? Have they issued any reports or any findings? I didn't hear very much more about it. We should probably try to track that down.
Do you remember the department of the city looking into it?
No, I'd have to go back and see if I can find the article in the press, but no.
Professor Berman has raised his hand, and so has, I'm assuming, Councilor Bach, to directly answer the question, right? Not to add any additional comments.
So I wanted to answer Councilor Arroyo's question by adding tenant screening as an issue that's problematic, and the use of algorithms that landlords can buy a system, and the algorithms are done in a way that they pick up biases, and then it becomes negative, and they have a discriminatory impact on tenants. And it could be around criminal records. It could be around any involvement with an eviction proceeding, whether the tenant won their case or not. And so this is something that's very problematic and can purvey widespread discrimination.
Thank you. Councillor Bach, to answer the question, correct?
Yep. Yeah, just wanted to say I inquired with the administration, so that the task force that was announced that Bob referred to was supposed to sort of be under D&D, and it did get delayed due to COVID. But D&D has been moving forward recently, and so I guess we should expect to hear more from them soon. But I agree that it's an urgent issue, and we should be pushing the city and moving from our side on the council. So thanks, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Councillor Arroyo, just due to time, we're going to go ahead, if that's okay.
No, that's fine. That's perfect. Thank you so much. And thank Professor Berman, thank you for the tenant screening and the algorithms. I wasn't aware that those were being used in the city of Boston at a scale that would be concerning. So I'd like to look into that too. So thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Sabi George and Councillor O'Malley.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you for everyone's ability to sort of muscle through this marathon hearing. Sometimes these longer hearings are tedious, but this has been very, very informative and very engaging. My questions for Will. How many complaints on average does Fair Housing receive regarding discrimination based on race and or source of income? What's the percentage of those complaints does your office determine to be valid? And what steps does your office then take on those complaints? And then what's the percent of potential tenants who experienced discrimination that then receive some sort of restitution or have their situation rectified? Are we measuring that data clearly? And what are the findings there? Thank you.
I certainly have that data. I would have to look at it for race in particularly. How we normally do it is we do it based on all protected classes. So I can tell you right off the bat, for all protected classes, especially this year, we had our highest record. We did about 98 cases of discrimination all across, meaning for all 14 protected classes. It was the highest we've done in the last 5 years. We received, for doing those many cases, $313,000 from HUD for that, which I'm sure will be passing through the city council anytime soon if it hasn't already. But for a specific number of a breakdown when it comes to race, I can easily compile that and forward that to the council very easily. I just don't know right off the top. It would just be a matter of us going through our own algorithms, of putting it into categories, which we do anyway for the Boston Fair Housing Commission, and I can send that to the council. I just don't know right off the top.
Great. And then if there is a way to measure families in particular, because I have a specific interest in our families who are experiencing homelessness and the need for them to secure housing. So curious about the implications on them and our response to them. And then also on that piece is is there any restitution that's gained through some of these investigations?
Yes, ma'am. So what happens is once there is a probable cause finding, we have what we call conciliation between the complainant and the respondent. And so we try to reach try to reach an agreement to make sure that the complainant is made whole. And in the event that that cannot be done, then it goes before the Boston Fair Housing Commission. And at that point, once it's being prosecuted before the commissioners, they then issue sanctions against the respondent once there's substantial evidence against them. And it can go anywhere. I mean, I think at a maximum you can get out of that is $25,000.
And then does the commission seek, sorry, the smoke detector. Thank you. So,
That'll be it from me, Madam Chair. Thank you.
It's okay, Counselor. Thank you. We've all been there. Counselor O'Malley.
I can smell the popcorn burning on Mayhew Street from West Roxbury. So. Thank you, Madam Chair. Again, thank you, everybody. Obviously, I think you can sense the importance of these issues and the fact that you've got this has been such a long and robust conversation. Lest I forget, I want to specifically thank Ms. Thorpe and Mr. Chin for visiting us from the West Coast and really imparting, I think, some of the gold standards that the Office of Civil Rights in the great city of Seattle has established. So we're delighted to have you guys. Thank you for taking your time, taking this time this afternoon to spend with us, and we of course send all of our best wishes to Mayor Durkin and your colleagues in government. Will, obviously, I'm delighted to hear sort of your shop's willingness to really work with us and address so many of these issues head on. When I first introduced this hearing order alongside Councilors Block and Edwards, I referred to the secret shopper program. Like many of you, I worked in retail as one of my first jobs. It was a great opportunity to prepare for politics. The company for which I work had a secret shopper, and it would likely I was able to always score well on my evaluations, not because of my tardiness, which would count against me, but because I think I had a relatively good way to deal with customers, and that's such an important part. So talk a little bit about sort of, I don't want you to repeat things, but I guess the question would be, as you guys go forward, you talked about the funding that was allocated as a part of the redistributed police overtime budget reallocation that's going to go into this position. And I don't believe we've hired somebody yet, but what the timeline is sort of for that. And obviously, we're going to continue to work with some nonprofits, but will there be other costs associated, or will it just be this one position? In other words, would there be a stipend needed perhaps to work with some of the volunteers that would help us in some of the on-site testing?
Thank you, Council. That is a really good question. So the Office of Fair Housing and Equity is completely set up to do this. What currently happens is that through the Boston Police funding, we paid $200,000 to Suffolk University to do this for us, and the value in having them do it, in my opinion, or having is because they're a third party, and therefore it's one of the things that by them doing it, and they have a well-established program, even though we're in partnership with them, it allows for it to happen. Because one of our statutory requirements under HUD is that we have to maintain neutrality, and not to say that a program in here, if the city of Boston had its own particularly, that was housing the Office of Fair Housing and Equity would not be neutral. But one of the beauties in partnering with a third party like agency like Suffolk that can do this is that it's very neutral, and anything we get from them is something that another agency did, and another FAP like us who was governed by HUD brought solid evidence against, and it gives it to us as the people who can actually enforce the fair housing law. The thing to it all is funding, and that's just the very simple truth. The money that we got from the Boston Police overtime budget is what we automatically dedicated to this. Prior to that happening, we were seeking funds from HUD to do the same thing, but before that process could completely materialize, this opportunity came, so we went with it, and this one will allow us to do it for the next 12 months. The last time we were able to do something like this was in 2016, where the Office of Fair Housing and Equity paid $63,000 to Suffolk Law to do this for us, but this was from a grant that we had got through HUD. Obviously, with the Trump administration, that doesn't happen anymore. HUD does still give a lot of funding, please do not get me wrong, but we haven't had an opportunity to apply for that much money for a testing program. In any event, in order to do this, we would sincerely need to continue this, a revenue stream of $200,000 a year that would come in additionally to the Office of Fair Housing and Equity, where we could have a testing program where we would either contract Suffolk University because they have a well-established program, or if we were to develop our own, it would take the same amount, because you have to hire the testing coordinator, the testers, and all that kind of stuff. And then after those results come in, it's turned over to the Director of Investigations, who then puts together the complaints and will do what is called a commissioner-initiated complaint on my behalf. And then we go after the bad actors. And I hope that answers the question. If not, please.
No, it certainly does. Thank you. And I may follow up with some more specifics, but just being mindful of time, this will be my last. When it comes to working with Suffolk, obviously we can set the parameters of what we want to see. And I'm just curious if we'd be looking at prioritizing certain neighborhoods. I know the professor's report, or I believe the professor's report only touched upon about 10 neighborhoods. Obviously it would be unfeasible to do every neighborhood in Boston. And the fact of the matter is certain neighborhoods have a lot fewer rental opportunities than other neighborhoods. So would we have a prioritization of neighborhoods when we work with them in sort of crafting the overall plan on how we want to see this executed?
Sure, certainly, we do. And this office is open to working with anyone, particularly any of the counselors' offices, any suggestions that you have that you want us to do, any special investigations you would like us to put together, absolutely, we would do it. Obviously, it would be a conversation between any of the counselors and myself and Andrew, and we could then craft it and then, work with, if it's Suffolk that's doing it for us, it would be Suffolk we'd work with and have them and pay them whatever is necessary to craft it for whatever neighborhoods to test, because it's important. You got to test the entire city. And there's certain neighborhoods that I sincerely believe that you could do this in that will give you some really good, some eye-opening numbers as to what really is going on and what's happening on the ground.
Certainly. Thank you, Will. Thank you, Madam Chair. That's it for now.
Thank you. Councillor Campbell, and then Councillor Mejia, then myself.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And I sadly, unfortunately, have to jump. I have a 4:30, but I did want to stay on, and I can follow up with any questions through you as the chair. I had a lot of questions, particularly for Will and the office around the number of cases, et cetera, which were similar to Councillor Asabi George's questions. I just want to thank the panelists and for the hard work they're doing. I also want to thank the folks who showed up from, Seattle and other municipalities. It's always important to look at what's happening across the country to inform what we do here in the city. But just extending just such gratitude for folks who stayed on this long to participate, to offer up a lot of great information, some of which I knew, maybe much of which I didn't know. And also I will say, looking forward to, been in touch with D&D on some other things related to my district, but it's nice to hear the update on that things are moving again with respect to the task force, because I know I did hear COVID-19 and then did not hear anything after that. So would love some updates on that too. But thank you all to all the panelists for the hard work you do, and stay safe and healthy. And I'll follow up through you, Madam Chair. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Mejia.
Hi, yes. Good evening. It feels like we've been at this for far too long, Councillor Edwards, and we're about to end. Well, first of all, thank you so much for this very thorough, long hearing. And I know that we talked about multiple situations in this time that we've been together. But I will have to be 100% honest that it's a lot of information. And I think that for folks who are not in the weeds of this every single day, it's been a pleasure to learn as much as I can so that I can be a better counselor to those who put me in office, but good Lord. My question is for Professor Berman. Can you talk a little bit about New York's broker fee bans? I understand that it's been delayed, and I'm wondering what we as a city can learn from their experience to make it better and to enact it quicker.
So if I'm understanding the question, the ban on brokers' fees?
Mm-hmm.
and perhaps Attorney Freiberg can chime in on this as well, being from New York. My understanding that they did put through a statute, and they also promulgated a rule explaining the statute that did prohibit brokers from charging fees to tenants. And Fred, correct me if I'm wrong on that. And I know that some of what came out of the Newsday study did get postponed because of COVID, but I do think that did go through. And what we can learn from that is this is a significant barrier to how tenants can access, particularly low-income tenants, particularly tenants with vouchers, can access a property. Having worked with tenants with vouchers for 20 years, I do know that sometimes this prevents them from being able to look at a particular property altogether. And so if policymakers could decide that burden should not be on tenants and should be on the landlord and or the broker to resolve, that will be one thing that we can do to remove a barrier.
Thank you for that. I do have two quick questions.
Who is in New York. Did you want to respond to
Sure.
that?
First of all, just to clarify, I'm not an attorney, but secondly, Professor Berman is correct. The law as it was passed last year basically prescribes that if you are just looking for an apartment or inquire about an apartment and a broker turns up as handling the transaction, the broker's fee has to be paid by the landlord, not the tenant. If you hire a broker to help you find a place to live, then you may be facing a broker's fee. So that's the fine distinction made in the Tenant Protection Act that passed last year.
Okay.
Thank you. Sorry to cut you off, Councilor Mejia.
No, it's all good. I mean, thank you. I appreciate you the intervention here. So I know we've been talking a lot about race in terms of one of those protected classes, but I'm just curious about parents who have like 7 kids and more children. Like I don't hear a lot about that in this conversation, but I've heard from a lot of parents who have multiple children who've also been discriminated against. And I'm not sure if this is the right format, and if it's not, then forget the question. But I do think it's important for me to just throw it out in this forum for you all to consider that discrimination that, single parents, particularly those who have multiple children, may also be discriminated against. And I don't know, I'm just do what you want with it. Something for you all to consider.
Council, you are absolutely right. It's just that we're talking about race and voucher discrimination, but this office also does that too. It's called familial status. That is one of the 14 protected classes. And we do see a lot of cases, or a good number of cases like that in our office. So anyone who feels or believes they've been discriminated against because they have multiple children, anything like that, we investigate that case. We do that as well too. All 14, that is one of the 14 protected classes that we investigate and also deal with.
Okay. So
If I could add,
oh, sorry.
If I could just add, we did want to study familial status in this study because we see it all the time, and often it pertains to children under 6 whose families are discriminated against because of lead paint. But unfortunately, in order to do that, we would have to send 8 different people to each property, and it just became too much. But it is a very significant issue here in Boston.
Mm-hmm. Thank you for that.
Yeah, and I was going to add, well, we haven't focused our testing on it. If we do get a tip on it, or we see something posted, for example, that indicates that families would be excluded from that unit or dissuaded from the unit, we may choose to test it. So we have that that we watch for as well.
Thank you for that. Well, I'm going to need your contact info because I have a parent of 7 who is in a hotel because of a fire and can't find an apartment because of that reason. So I'm gonna connect you. And then the last thing that I just want to say is, I really do appreciate the whole idea of having a study, because that's how we're going to determine where we're at. But, and again, I feel like we already know that this is happening. And I think the fact that we even have to prove it just so that we can do something about it, to me, doesn't make any sense. But I'm here for it if this is where we're going with it. But, I'm just really thinking about where are we going with this? And it just feels like another study about a study, and we've already been studied out and researched out. We know these things are happening in our neighborhoods. Why don't we just identify, here's 5 things that we're gonna do to combat it, and period. Like, I'm just curious as to why we're pouring so much time and energy and money into another study when we already know these things are happening.
This one is not going to be a study. This one is purely exactly what you're talking about, which is enforcement. What we've contracted Suffolk to do is to test it, give it to us, so the City of Boston, the Office of Fair Housing and Equity, can bring complaints and enforcement against all of these bad actors. And then we will turn it over to the Attorney General and to Lawyers for Civil Rights and to MCAD. And we will also turn it over to you as the City Council. So you too can also have a public session against any of these bad actors or any things you guys feel as necessary to do. You do have the power to do it. In fact, when I was Commissioner of Housing at Inspectional Services, you guys did a similar thing around landlords who were pretty much slumlords. And not that I'm calling anyone a slumlord, but you guys called them before the City Council and you dealt with them in a manner that you felt necessary. But my goal is to go after all of these people and let it not just end with the Boston Fair Housing Commission, but also MCAD, also the Attorney General to take some action, also for Lawyers for Civil Rights to bring things like this into court based on what they find in it as well too. This, I am trying to make, our coalition is we are casting our net wide. This is all about enforcement. I'm with you. I don't have to, we don't need to study what we already know. This is about going after these guys and going after their pockets as well too. And even if necessary, and if they don't want to shape up, then looking after legislation and other things to put them out of business or eradicate them completely.
Right. So no, I appreciate that, Will. So I guess, this is the last thing that I'll say, Councilor Edwards, to wrap up my time here, is just that that's where the conversation needed to start, right? For me. And maybe I got lost in the 5 hours of conversations, and I did come in and out, so excuse me, but I just feel like that level of clarity, I think, is a place where we need to start in terms of really moving the conversation forward, right? And I feel like I am just as equally as frustrated as everyone else who is experiencing these issues, and I feel like oftentimes there's a lot of stuff that we have to decode, Google, and translate just so that we can understand what it is that is being discussed in spaces like this. So I just think that if your office, and I think you work for the city, right? Is that, because I see the brick in the background there. Maybe if you could just do a little quick one sheet, 5 things that you need to know about what we're doing, that is easy to digest in plain, English, and then translated in multiple other languages, that I think that communication is important for people to understand the work that's coming out of your office, and so that they can understand that there is some movement and that there is something being done about it. So that's just something that I would recommend. If you have it already, just send it to my office and we'll disseminate it. Because I just think that, otherwise people are just gonna think that we're just here flapping our lips just so we can look cute, and nobody got time for that. So thank you.
Yes, Counselor, absolutely. I will forward it to you.
Thank you. And thank you, Councilor Mejia. And I always have time to look cute, so sorry for just speaking for yourself. No, just trying to bring back the conversation. I had several points I wanted to just kind of bring up as to, again, what Councilor Mejia ended on the point of what we can do, right? What we're supposed to be doing, right? Couple of suggestions I have. One is, again, a reminder, we are already as a body going to be moving to eliminate credit as a factor for discrimination. We're changing our laws, okay? Again, giving credit to Counselor Janey and Counselor Campbell for that. The hearing is next week, or it's October 20th at 1 p.m. And how that applies and the language that's necessary to make sure that it applies in housing. We would love all of your opinions about that to make sure it is truly effective, good language. But along that line, and this is the suggestion I have, is why not, and this is, I think, along the lines of Professor Berman's questions about backgrounds and screening. You know, pending at the State House right now is the Homes Act, which is an eviction ceiling act. But I'm wondering if we couldn't, as a city or body, eliminate prior evictions as a form of discrimination as well within our city, so that you couldn't be screened if you had a prior eviction over a certain amount of time, just like you do after a certain amount of Corys. That Corys, for those who aren't from Boston, that's your criminal background check. So I'm wondering why we couldn't come together as a body and eliminate your prior eviction, no fault eviction, or evictions for non-payment of rent, or some sort of, as a form of discrimination that's really isn't relevant to whether you should be given an opportunity. Again, we seal criminal records right now. After a certain amount of time, we allow people to move on with their lives. I'm wondering if we couldn't come up with a version at the city council or the city level. I'm also thinking that the training that I'd like to see happen more is not just in how not to discriminate for our real estate agents, it's in whistleblowing. You know, you work for Coldwell Banker, you work for a lot of these larger kind of independent Century 21, and they're independent actors in and of themselves, and they have agents under them. So someone has the license and you have go-getters. And sometimes the real estate agent is forced to adhere to the company policy or culture that is completely discriminatory. I don't know that anybody would know, if you are a real estate agent, what your rights are, what your protections are for whistleblowing, if there are any at all. So I think that's a training and a level and a consciousness that we need to also encourage real estate agents to come out and say, listen, I've been told to do X, Y, and Z. I wasn't going to get my commission. I wasn't going to be able to do this. I wasn't going to put on certain projects because of certain things. So I think there are some good-hearted actors out there who feel completely isolated and maybe completely powerless, and they're going along to get along. And I'd like to be able to break that out. And then finally, I think one thing we should look at is how are people made whole? So you go through all this. I know, Will, you mentioned $25,000, but sometimes if you just missed your housing opportunity on the last week of your housing voucher, $25,000 may not be enough. So I'm curious what we're doing, if at anything, to make tenants whole when they have found out that they were discriminated against, they were denied something. And as you know, housing is so much more than the unit. It's the location, it's the access to the schools, it's the access to good food if you are coming from a food desert. It's the ability to commute in a decent distance to your job or would-be job. So all of those things are also lost as well. So what do we do to make people whole? So again, I'll repeat the ideas and questions, and I don't really care who wants to respond to them. One is how, again, just reminder, credit, we're working on that. Would love your thoughts, good language to make sure that that applies. Other category of discrimination, evictions, if that is something that we could look at. I don't know if that's a protected class, but we've made other protected classes. Union membership, that's by choice. We protect that as well at the city of Boston. Parental status, we protect a lot more. The whistleblowing training and making people whole. And I had questions about making the program permanent, but Councilor O'Malley, Councilor Arroyo hit on those ones already. So any thoughts?
Yeah, and I'll start with the one you last mentioned, making people whole, because that is one of the amazing things that this commission does. So I mean, I only mentioned the $25,000 to show the level of penalty a person can incur if it goes that far. But oftentimes, most of our cases don't go all the way to the commission because folks have the ability to settle out, and we call it conciliation. And this is encouraged by HUD, as you know, Counselor, because you're one of the housing experts. But so in the whole conciliation or mediation process, our investigators are trained heavily to work towards that with the complainant and the respondent, and we often times have really good results, because one of the things that respondents do is, once they know that there is substantial evidence against them, they're like, all right, we don't want this to go any further. We will provide the person with housing, we'll do training. Well, and it's not just training, there's a myriad of things that the Director of Investigations comes up with to allow them to do, to want to definitely make the complainant whole. Then the second thing is, as a public service, as a public service, they're supposed to do something. So one, they do not repeat the action, and they engage in some kind of fair housing training, whether it's monetary or through different means. So there's a lot of things that we do to make sure that there's deep education on it. There's a way to make the aggrieved party whole, and to hopefully make sure that the respondent has learned their lesson and doesn't repeat the action. The second thing you talked about is the whistleblower. And I'll make this quick. No, there's no whistleblower statute or anything for this particular thing that protects anyone who could rat out, and I don't mean to use that word, but who could, shed light on discriminatory practices within their organization. Andrew, such a thing doesn't exist, does it? What kind of? Do you want to talk about that? Yeah. Give me 1 second, let Andrew talk about that.
Hi, thanks for letting me speak again. Just, I previously, prior to working for the city, I worked for MCAD for a number of years. The only type of protection that I'm aware of for whistleblower fact pattern like you were describing would be the ability for someone in that situation to file a retaliation claim in employment with the MCAD. Basically, if you are speaking up against a discriminatory practice as an employee, yes, for example, your example was as a realtor, you're decrying housing discrimination, that would be a protected activity under the state civil rights statute. And if you were fired or reprimanded because you were sticking up for civil rights, then you could file a 151B claim, an employment claim with MCAD, and they would do an investigation for employment discrimination, similar to how our agency does housing discrimination investigations.
But there's no training in that, right? That was my point.
Not that I'm aware of, no.
Right, so that real estate agents would know. If you feel you're put in this position and you're doing something and you stood up against it, right? Or you want to say that this, I've been told I've got to do these things, but I'm scared of, whatever, job, retaliation on my job, or they have retaliated against me because I did mention that I think it's discriminatory to tell people in Section 8 they shouldn't look at Beacon Hill or whatever it is, whatever they did, and they felt they received something. My question, because we all talked about training a lot, is if any of the training beyond not to discriminate, but when you are trying to stop discrimination and you feel that you're being retaliated against, there seems to be no training for those agents. And so I'm just saying that of the training you guys are going to increase and enhance and have with GREB, Greater Boston Real Estate Board, this should be part of that.
I appreciate the comment.
Well, because I agree with you. I have done some real estate trainings in the past, but generally when I've been asked to train real estate agents, it's part of the settlement. And so the concentration has always been on how do we not get in trouble again? And the answer for me is always don't discriminate again. But we do build in talking about responsibility, it's the same kind of notion as I was forced to do this as a real estate agent because the landlord told me I had to do it. So we talk about how that all plays out, and we all talk about other options of being able to approach an organization to advocate on your behalf because of this. So I do not think that we've done a good job at that. And I do think the issue needs to have a more precise legal analysis, because there are some protections out there, but they're very, very limited. So we need to do that. And if you don't mind, I want to jump to the eviction issue real quickly. I agree with you about evictions being used to screen people out, and there becomes a disparate impact about it that does end up being discriminatory. And in addition to, I think, getting rid of those extensive multiple evictions you see sometimes when you go in and look at a name, when people are going through an eviction process and they go to an alternative dispute resolution process, and they come to some sort of agreement so that an actual eviction doesn't happen, that doesn't erase it from the Massachusetts court website. So
Right.
because so many property owners use that website as a screening tool,
Right.
that people are being accused of having evictions when they got some sort of mediation to work it out. So I would support any efforts to address the impact that that website has on people being able to get housing. But I also say that if that's going to happen, the alternative dispute resolution results have to be factored in to show that an eviction didn't actually happen.
Okay. I had a couple hands raised. I see Fred, you've just raised your hand. Also, James Jennings, and then also Councilor Mejia. And with that, after you guys respond, I'll end this round and go back for concluding remarks.
Thank you, Councilor Edwards. I just wanted to address the issue. There is a claim under the Federal Fair Housing Act that prohibits retaliation, threatening, intimidation of any kind to anyone. It doesn't just relate to employment situations. It can mean a real estate agent who's trying to comply with the law and is interfered with by a discriminatory agent. And people do need more education on that. You're absolutely right. In fact, I would go further, and I would say that just as we came up with the saying after 911, if you see something, say something, I think that should apply to the real estate and housing industry as well. There are plenty of people working in positions in real estate. Again, if we want to shift this burden from the historical victims of discrimination to the people who see this discrimination going on every day and don't speak up and don't say anything, there should be incentives for them to do so. So you are absolutely spot on in making that suggestion, and there are legal recourses. Anyone can call our organization and we would investigate claims brought by them. So I definitely agree with that. And the other thing I just wanted to say in terms of making people whole, that is what I meant by making sure that the testing program lands in a place where there is a robust enforcement program that can seek adequate remedies for people in the housing market. And, you know, there's very few of our cases that are filed that don't end up in six-figure settlements and or decisions from courts. And I have to say that the fair housing laws are very good in that regard. It's often just in their implementation that they fall short of expectations. There is a way. I mean, we had a race discrimination complaint not too long ago from an African-American nurse who was discriminated against. We did testing, we proved up her complaint. We got just under $300,000 as a settlement. She got $70,000, an apartment, and 3 years of free rent. And that not only made her whole, but she's now a homeowner. She took the money she saved for the 3 years of not paying rent, and she went out and bought a house. So that's an example of how you can make people whole by exercising, vigorously enforcing the fair housing laws. We live in a free enterprise system, and the only thing that's going to deter some entities from engaging in discrimination is to make housing discrimination as expensive as possible. That's the one thing that will deter them.
Agreed.
Thank you. James Jennings, and then Councilor Mejia, and I got another hand raised.
Yes, thank you very much. In Boston, evictions are racially tinged. The data shows that. You have situations where Black and Latinx residents, longtime Black and Latinx residents in some parts of the city, have been evicted as a result of developers needing that space. So developers have used evictions to violate fair housing. Just on this basis, I think, Council, your point is well taken. We need to look at evictions and figure out the patterns, get information about evictions and how it's related to real exploitative real estate behavior. And I think the case can easily be argued and shown that evictions really have to be part of a fair housing strategy. And getting back to my earlier point, this is why it's so critical for the city of Boston to complete its assessment of a comprehensive fair housing, because this becomes the umbrella to look at some of the issues you're raising. A very minor point on whistleblowing. There's actually an ordinance that was passed by the city council a few years ago that facilitates whistleblowing around mal real estate practices. The city council, led by a former city councilor, Felix Arroyo, passed over Mayor Menino's veto a commission for responsible banking. And this commission called for 5 individuals who would be part of this commission and entertain the kind of information that you're referring to. And the current city council may want to look at that ordinance and begin adding some teeth to it by naming some commissioners or urging the mayor to name some commissioners to this ordinance that is on the books.
Thank you so much, and we absolutely will. Councillor Mejia, then Professor Berman had raised his hand. Councillor Mejia. Okay. I'm sorry if it took me too long to get to you, Councillor Mejia, but Professor Berman.
Yeah, I just wanted to make note quickly that the case that I referenced earlier of a woman that we represented and worked with the Attorney General's office on, that case settled for $110,000. And also there are several cases that remain open that one particular client has. So the law does provide significant avenues to make people whole.
Thank you so much. So we are at 5:02, and I don't know. I think all the counselors have asked who are still here. Yeah. Okay. So at this point, I'm just going to go back to folks to just, especially the lead sponsors, to conclude this matter. We'll start with, Councillor Braden may have gone already. If so, then Councillor, Councillor Braden, there you are. Please.
Listening attentively. I just want to thank everyone. This has been a marathon session, but it's been well worth every minute of it. And I want to thank everyone for participating, especially our guests from New York and Seattle. And I look forward to continuing this discussion in a working session. We've certainly got a lot to get our teeth into, and hopefully we will come up with some actionable processes to move forward with. So thank you all so much, and thank you for sticking with us all day. And good evening.
Good
evening.
Thank you, Councillor Bach.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I also want to thank everyone for joining, and especially shout out my policy director, Emily Brown, for all her work putting some of the panels together. And I want to say again to Will that I'm really excited about what the Office for Fair Housing and Equity is proposing to do with that extra spending authority. And I just really want to stress what to me is the importance of making this not a one-off, but really laying the groundwork for, a pilot that turns into a proper long-term resource city program. And I'm really looking forward to the ongoing work by the council to think about every one of the steps we've talked about today that we can take at a city level, and then pushing our state partners where we have to push them, like around recording and such. But I just think that, to Councillor Mejia's point, this issue's been studied to death. Part of the reason, to Professor Jennings' point, that the AFFH is so important is because the whole premise of affirmatively furthering fair housing is that the government has done the opposite for a really long time. And even though here we're talking about a private market, the reality is that the housing market is deeply controlled by and shaped by and regulated or not regulated at the government level. And I think that We just have to be taking every affirmative action that we can in our arsenal. So really glad to be working on the zoning amendment with Councilor Edwards, but the folks who are, pursuing housing today can't wait. And I think I'm hopeful this conversation is going to turn into a bunch of permanent actionable steps, and that we can support you, Will, in really growing the program. So thank you. And thanks again to all our guests.
Councilor Arroyo.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And I just want to say thank you for a very informational hearing. I think we've got a number, at least I know I do, and I know Councilor Edwards has been keeping a list of all of the actionable steps that we can then start to really push on, which is kind of the purpose of having a 5-hour hearing, isn't just to hear our voices, but to actually get that information in so that we can then act upon it. And so thank you, all of you, for the work that you're doing on that front. And then just a small thing for Mr. Jennings, who brought it up. We do have a hearing order to discuss the Invest in Boston Act and ways we can implement that. So that's in the pipeline and that's coming. We most certainly will be working on that. And so I look forward to that as well. But just thank you, everybody, for taking the time. And I look forward to making some action steps out of this that I think everybody will be proud of and at least can say they played a role in getting moving. So thank you.
Thank you. Councilor Sabi George.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you to everyone that has co-sponsored on both of these dockets, and just the important work that is underway and remains certainly undone. The leadership, not just of council colleagues in this, quote unquote space, but those of you that are on these panels today that are doing the work every single day. Just thank you for your continued commitment to supporting our residents here across the city. And I know many of you work beyond the city limits. So just very grateful for your focus to this matter and the protection of our residents across the city. A particular note of thanks to Larry for his work in supporting our families, especially those that are experiencing homelessness and are at the, often at the very lowest levels of income in our city. And we recognize the importance of housing stability for those children and their families. So just grateful for your work, Larry, especially when we think about our families experiencing homelessness. Thank you, Madam Chair, for leading and structuring a hearing that is ending as it was scheduled to end, and for guiding, not just, as we talk about the continued conversation and the talk about the work, but really structuring today's hearing in a way that the steps that are actionable are recognized today, and that this conversation is actually very much productive and will lead to continued action on behalf of those that continue to do this work and have been doing this work, but recognizes how we as a council can bolster those efforts and make them more tangible and more real and actionable in a quicker manner. Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you to everybody.
Thank you. Councilor O'Malley.
Thank you. And there is little I can add. So much has been said by colleagues, advocates, and colleagues in government from literally around the country. I thanked our colleagues in Seattle and New York as well. So much has been said in words far more eloquent than my own. What we are trying to do here at the absolute macro level is establishing and ensuring that we have opportunities for the housing and the health, the dignity, the safety that comes with that. Moreover, we are not losing sight of the moment that we are in. It relates to addressing issues around racism, both overt, institutional, and in the housing market as such. We've seen this. So there's certainly steps that we can take, that we shall take, that we will take. We've already heard some important agreements from Director Anua and his team looking to work with the council, from Kate Bennett and her team at BHA. So there's a lot of good policy that will come from this hearing. And I'm just delighted to have partnered with so many, virtually all of our colleagues on this good work. So well done. Bravo, Madam Chair, on a long hearing. And thank you all for spending time on this very important topic today.
Thank you. Councilor Mejia.
We did it. That's all I can say. Good job, Councilor Edwards and everyone else who participated. It was a very long hearing, but I really do appreciate the level of expertise. And I have to say, Will, you are definitely 100% your true authentic self. And I do appreciate how honest you were and how real you kept it. So I think for those who are tuning in, are able to understand things in ways that make sense to them. So I just wanted to say thank you so much for just being you throughout this whole entire journey. Annalise. And the last thing, the last thing that I'd like to just note, thank you, the lighting here situation is better, is that I really do appreciate the conversation, and I know I was a little bit sassy when I talked about looking cute. Of course, y'all all always look cute. You know that, Edwards. But I'm so grateful to my colleagues that we are able to move this conversation forward. Having grown up here in the city of Boston, experiencing the same discrimination that we're talking about, to see this level of thought and advocacy on behalf of those who are experiencing these realities every day from my colleagues is incredibly, it goes to show that the tides are shifting, that there is a sense of change happening. And I just wanted to say thank you all to the sponsors for bringing this conversation to the forefront and moving the work forward. So I just wanted my sincere gratitude on behalf of those that we all represent. Thank you so much for all of your hard work in this space. And a big shout out to all of the speakers who were here from all over their country, actually internationally known now. Edwards, thank you.
Thank you so much. I just want to conclude and thank everyone for participating. The list is long, and just to reiterate it, we'll be working on the credit score. We'll absolutely be looking at the broker's fee and checking in with the task force that was commissioned to deal with that. We'll be looking at how we take the pilot program to being a permanent program, budget-wise, and also working with Will's office to make sure that that is happening. Looking at the dashboard idea from Councilor Mejia, making sure that we are very clear of who are the bad actors in Boston, looking at a real estate disclosure act / a mortgage disclosure act, where they kind of have to give out their information, who they're working with, who they're housing, who they're not housing. I think that's something we could look at the local level. Justin Steele brought that up. Whistleblower training, eviction ceiling, looking at the Fair Housing Act, retaliation, and so many other, just to continue to study. And that's what I've heard from every single person. You cannot turn a blind eye. It is a commitment to seeing us as we are, what we're doing right and what we're doing wrong, but refusing to be blind to it anymore. So I want to thank everyone who was on today. We're 3 minutes ahead of a 5-hour hearing, so a little in an intense day, but I think it was worth the work, and I want people to know that's how much we're dedicated to eradicating discrimination in housing in Boston. Thank you, Seattle. Thank you, New York. Thank you, everyone, for coming out. Have a good day.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Goodbye, everybody.
Thank you.
Bye, everyone.
Thank you.
Love you, the kid said.
Thank you.
Bye. Oof.